Just two?
Yeah, it's because I'm kind of fat and I need to lose a little bit, so I slim myself down a little. So,
Okay, yeah.
all right, let's gotta get this thing off here. See you guys on the other side. And we're live. We made it. Hello, my friends. Welcome to another episode of 181 Shots. I'm Sean, your host. As always, bringing you together with some of the finest the interwebs has to offer in the gaming sphere. I appreciate everybody hanging out with us tonight. For those of you that have been out there for a little bit, listening to us chitter chatter, hopefully you have a little idea what's coming up in tonight's show. Um, let's talk about a few of our details though first. As always, if you have yet to click that follow button, please do so. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your coworkers if they want quality content to hang out with on a Monday night. If you don't want to watch football, come here every Monday night. Catch us 7:30 till whenever the show ends. And also, of course, if you enjoy 5e, we're here every other Friday. Although we're off for the holiday season because the way things worked, we're not going to stream on our normal stream day would be Christmas Eve. We're not going to do that. So then the following week is our off week, which means that the actual next week we're streaming will be January 7th, Friday 7:30 to whenever the show ends. Catch us right here on the same channel. So yeah, so anyway, also as you earn your tokens, don't forget you can trade your tokens in for Nat ones, Nat 20s. Our players love them. The DM loves them. Whenever you trade them in, you just let us know who it's for, whether it's for a specific person or DM or the party themselves. They can then take and use them whatever they want to throughout the show. So yeah, man. I think that's really about it. As always, if you have not seen, we are now part of the Greyhawk Creatives community, started up by Lord Kasumba, who just recently made partner. We appreciate him bringing us into the big tent, so to speak. So if you go to twitch.tv/teams/Greyhawk Creatives, give you a complete rundown of everybody there. who puts out some seriously good quality content here on Twitch. Everybody underneath one location. You can go find us all, check everybody's stream schedule, double dip if you want. If there's somebody that's streaming at the same time, who says you can't, watch both at once? People are pretty good at multitasking nowadays. But yeah, I appreciate everybody showing up tonight. And again, if you are a follower of ours, we definitely appreciate it. Last but not least, in addition to the follow and the subscribe, if you want to be that generous, if you're not one for having a recurring charge on your account, a lot of people aren't. Hey man, hit the tip jar on our homepage right there. There's a little tip jar that just says "tip me," and it'll take you to our tip page. You can do a one-time donation. Everything that we make on the stream goes right back into the stream. In fact, for the first time tonight, we are actually using our Elgato Stream Deck, generously donated from one of our subscribers slash followers, Cannibal Troy. We definitely appreciate it, man. The love that you show to the stream is more than generous, so we appreciate it. So we and here we go. We're already getting rated. Woo! I appreciate it, man. So what do we got going on? Oh, Iger. Okay, I was like, what's going on, man? You guys are like, I need to turn off the sound on these because my ADD kicks in. I see somebody re-upping their subscription or somebody getting donated a subscription. I look over and have an ADD moment. So yeah, players, man, welcome, man. We appreciate you guys. And let's kind of go around the horn. The stream tonight's going to be a little slower. We're going to kind of take it a little easy because we got a lot of changes, a lot of things we need to go back to. But Zadkiel, let's start with you, man. How you doing? I hear that, by the way, Monkey Boogers, who plays our own Zadkiel the Righteous, has recently made affiliate, which means you can go over to Monkey Boogers' channel and check out his streams. He's a big-time gamer. The dude's an incredibly good, talented musician. He does the music for our stream here, man, so we definitely appreciate that. But how you doing, brother? How's things?
Doing good. I'm not quite affiliate. I'm close. I got the
Oh.
numbers. It's like one little.
Okay,
Like,
so here's
people on or something.
what we're gonna do, man. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get your stream time. We're gonna get your stream time, and I'm gonna start streaming. When I get about 15 people or so, I am going to raid your channel, and we're gonna get you over the hump because that's what Lord Kasumba did to me. He jumped in. Of course, he's got the numbers too, man. He came in with like 70 or 80 people, and I was like, holy crap, man. My ADD kicked in really bad because people are like following and liking. I'm like, what the hell do I do now? I'm just gonna sit here in awe as my screen lights up, man. But
that's funny. No, but just chilling, just waiting for Christmas to come. Excited about
you and me
the
both.
Boundary. This looks. I mean, I'll be honest. This is the first time I logged in, and
Yep. I know. I can tell. We can tell the slackers and the doers. We've got Arthur and Varys and Deglin, who are the doers, and Ivar, who is unfortunately not with us tonight because he got hit with the old C-19 thing, he says, and so we're making him stay home, and I don't want him to spread it across the internet, so we told him he can't be online tonight either, so he's just going to have to stay home and watch football or whatever it is that he does when he's not out here hacking and slashing it up with us. But you're like the only one that really hadn't logged in and done squat with the new system, but we'll talk about that. But that's okay. It's really I'm growing more and more fond of it as we go. So
yeah, it's a good system.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. So anyway,
I'm here to help.
Yep, absolutely. So Arthur, man, how you doing, brother? How's things?
Oh, I'm doing all right. I've just been busy past few days. I've got a new part-time job. Don't want to talk about the details for that right now. But
yeah, no, that's fine. No, we don't ask for details, but we just give you congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yep, it pays better than my last job and isn't as.
That's all that matters.
Yep, pays better, work is easier.
It doesn't involve the phrase, and welcome to the stage.
Hey, thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. Woo, we got the hype train incoming. Woo. Look, we haven't even started gaming yet, man, and we got people hyping us, man. This is awesome.
And
All right,
everyone's
man.
hyping it up on the
I
on
know.
like the
I know. We're almost at like a level 2 hype train, so I may have to start spending my own money just to give myself a
yeah.
hype, man. So that's all
Do
right.
what? We're almost on level 2 hype train?
Yeah, we just hit the level 1 and we're already 83% to level 2, man. I don't know what the deal is, but there's some love going out there. Hey, Cameron, thanks,
That's
dude.
crazy.
These guys aren't even going to let me talk, man. You're just going to shower me with love. Woo!
Yeah, it's probably the 5 subs that were gifted, then 5 more.
Right, I'm telling you, man. Dude, Monkey, stop.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate all the love. I really do. You guys just don't know. But Ivar, well, we've already talked about him. Unfortunately, he can't be with us tonight, so we definitely send our prayers over to Graveside. I know that he's had a rough couple of weeks, man. He's had a rough couple of weeks, but now he himself is down with the bug, so he's gonna hang out and listen to the stream tonight. Hopefully, Deglin, man, how you doing, Ager? How's things?
I'm good. I'm good. Just hanging out.
I want to let you know though, I was kind of disappointed in our audience because Deglin was in he was in a beard contest and he lost by 4 votes, and I feel that it's our fault here as a community. We let you down. And so because of that, I'm gonna grant you a natural 20 dice tonight, Deglin, just because I feel that we as a community let you down in the beard contest, but we can at least make it up for you by giving you a nat 20 tonight. So you just mark that down on your sheet somewhere that Deglin has a nat 20, and then we'll we'll consider ourselves at least doing our part, or trying to help you out along the way. So, but yeah, Dan, that was pretty awesome. But other than that, how's things? Good.
Yeah, just putting up Christmas.
Nice. Yeah, I have to put up with Christmas too. Oh, you said put up Christmas. My fault. I put up with Christmas. Yeah, I have
Well,
to.
plus tonight's Mother Night, so
Oh, nah, there you go. Yeah, I everybody that I work with on my team, except for me and one other guy, are all on vacation. So now, and we work in development. We write software, right? And the stuff that we handle is payments. So it's not like it's not an important thing if something goes wrong. Yeah, so I'm like, thanks guys. I appreciate everybody going off at the same time instead of half the team now, half the team later. It's like everybody's going this week. So yeah, it's crazy. So all right. Anyway, let's talk about Varus. Last but not least, man, how you doing, sir? How's things?
I'm good.
Var-
Holiday and high here, and
yeah, man.
yeah.
Varus is our
Listen,
resident
Yule to
expert.
everybody.
What's that, sir? Sorry, I missed that.
Listen, Yule to everybody.
Yeah.
It's the solstice night,
Yep.
and ready to do some healing.
Yeah, man. Heard that. So let's see, where were we? So let's talk about. We're going to discuss a little bit what happened last week. So, as for those that were here last week, our party of adventurers finally managed to finish off the mysterious tower, although it probably didn't end quite the way some of them were really hoping to. Um, as the party was going out to do some searching and finding the genie, who was the last sort of blocker, if you will, from gaining the entire tower and all of its treasure and riches, the party was still trying to figure out how they wanted to deal with him. The genie's apparently his 1001 year service wound up being over, and he was free to go. And as a reward for the party for not trying to steal from him nor try to kill him, he granted them several items, a bunch of the coins, and et cetera, et cetera. However, the tower itself, with the genie no longer around to sort of keep the magic intact, collapsed on top of itself and buried itself under tons and tons of rock. And I know Arthur, I think he had a little bit of an aneurysm when he saw that tower collapsing, realizing all the treasure of the magic sort that was buried beneath the tons of rock, just to be lost. And I know that on his Yuletide list for this year is a pick and a shovel. I believe you said that you want to make sure you
Yeah,
get
sure.
that. You want
That's what I want.
so you can go and start digging your way back in to find. But that being said,
20 picks, 20 shovels, and a small army of dwarfs.
yes, sir.
That's what I need.
That's it, man. That's what we need. We can get elves, elves and stuff, but still. So, as the adventure sort of closed out, I really felt hindsight after the game was over. I really sort of rushed the party through as to getting them into the next adventure, and I really, the more I thought about it, the more I felt that the party got shafted and shortchanged, and you, the audience, probably got a little shafted and shortchanged as well. So I wanted to kind of step back to that moment where the tower has collapsed. The party, you guys have seen the genie sort of uh, take off and go away. Yeah, let's get this TPK started. Thanks, Smedge. Gary Holian's in the house. For those that don't know, Gary is a big time sage on the world of Greyhawk. So once again, between him, Lord Kazumba, and all the other popular folks that for some reason make their way into our lowly channel, mind your P's and Q's, behave yourselves, lest they start cracking the whip and making me do work behind the scenes. But I want to step back to the right after the tower has collapsed and the genie has departed for greener pastures and left you guys your treasure. And you have gone through the treasure and sort of determined exactly what was given you and what you had to sort of divide out. And so I want to take us back to that moment that you guys find yourselves sort of looking at, you know, what is what is going on. You've got yourselves your little camp built. You're going through the treasure. Arthur has gone through, and by the way, I want to make sure from now on, Arthur, just so you know, Identify works differently in 1E than it does
Yep.
in 5E, right? So,
Yeah, we discussed this.
yep, I just want to make sure. But you guys do know that you do have some magic daggers. You've got a bunch of spells that you found from within that you guys managed to track and stuff like that. So I just kind of want to make sure that you guys get an opportunity to let's role play through the treasure, role play through sorting up the goods, and then role playing, you know, what we had after. Because I know that Arthur, you had spoken that you wanted to take his Arctus. You found his body in the remains
Mhm.
of the stable near the tower. It looked like he had been aged by a ghost, so to speak. Hundreds of years past his life expectancy. He's there, and he had this sort of a look of horror upon his face as his heart probably gave out as he aged. Obviously, due to the ghost that was guarding the tower when you first arrived. So, let's sort of pick it up there as you guys now um, get a chance to breathe as all the rumbling and stuff is since ended. The tower is sort of giving off this little bit of a dust, if you will, that's sort of settling around you guys as you're examining the treasure about you. And we'll just pick it up there. Obviously, I don't have the tower map here, which is fine. We can just use this outdoor map because we're going to be using it later just to sort of play around on as we learn our system a little bit.
So-
And that music is really loud.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, I muted Foundry because
Yeah.
yeah, no. But so just to be clear, we've already buried Arctus, right?
Yes. Yep.
Gathered his things
Yep.
together.
You gathered all your stuff together.
Just to clarify one other thing, I know Identify works differently in first edition. I know previously in this series of one shots we modified it slightly. I haven't really like gone out of my way to cast it. I think you just kind of hand waved it and said, "Hey, you cast it on these items, and this is what they do."
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Okay, just making sure. So none of those have been overridden, right? They're the same items as previously
everything
described.
that
All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm not going to go back that far, right?
Cool.
So
Just making sure.
Yeah, right. And so let's go through. If I know Arthur, you have it down. Let's go through a list of the items that you guys came away with when you completed this adventure.
Yeah, sure. Actually, Lando made a more updated list
Okay.
recently, so you'll probably want to find that message in the loot channel.
Okay. All right. So, Varys, if you want to kind of go through your list of all the items that you guys have, and then we can sort of discuss how we want to sort of split those items up.
Well, I recalculated the gold division, so everybody gets. Let me go back to this loot channel. Everybody gets 1762 in gold. That is not counting the rusty helm that
Right.
me and Arthur were discussing,
Right.
nor the 4 gold that was on his friend's body. I left that. I left all the possessions
Mhm.
to Arthur to sort out.
Yeah, Arctis
And
stuff. Gotcha.
yeah,
Yep.
so 1,762 gold for the 5 of us.
Did
And
you say
then,
4,762?
No.
1,762 for everyone.
yep,
That's how much coin you got.
Yeah.
yeah,
That
how
each
much
individual person get. There was 8,810 total.
Yeah,
That's coin, crowns, and baubles, I believe.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
all the things that had gold piece value.
Right.
That was, I just lumped it all together and divided it. Luckily, it divided evenly,
I know. It's
pretty
pretty
much.
awesome. That's kind of funny.
And then, of course, we all have cloak of protection, and then we have, the matching items to sort out. I asked for a few of them, mostly because there was a lot of scrolls and things I can't have or can't use. But we can figure out
Yep.
what we want to do
Yep.
with that.
So, right. So I know there were 3 plus 2 daggers, right?
Yes,
Yep. And
there
then,
was also an extra +1 sword
yep.
apparently,
Yep.
longsword.
Yep.
There's also a +1 crossbow.
Yep. A little plus 1 light crossbow. It's
Yeah, light
actually,
crossbow.
yep. And then just for aesthetic purposes, it was made of like a bone ivory.
Yeah.
So,
And then there's a ring of shield.
Mhm.
And then everything else is, there's some potions as well.
right.
8
There were like
potions.
8 potions.
And then there's a bunch of, maybe a bag of holding.
Yep.
There was a bag of holding, yes.
And of course, a bunch of scrolls and a spell book and stuff.
Yep. The only other thing that you guys don't have mentioned is the wooden sword that Zadkiel has.
Okay,
Right.
yeah.
So, and Zadkiel actually is wielding that. It's actually a +2 longsword, but it's just made of wood.
Nice.
So I guess the question then becomes is how do you guys want to divide this up? I know Ivor's not here, so I will sort of play his part. Obviously, he doesn't want to be shortchanged out of anything, but like
He
Varys,
mentioned one.
yeah. I'm sorry, you mentioned what?
He mentioned he wanted one of the daggers.
Okay.
I want one of the daggers and some of the potions.
All right. So, do you have the list of potions handy, or do you want me to pull it up?
It's in the loot.
Yep, let me get it right here. Let me get it.
Yeah. I'll just put out here that as far as the +2 daggers go and the +1 crossbow, I'm not interested in any of those for myself. If it gets to the point where the wizard has to use a +2 dagger to kill something, something has gone terribly wrong, and I'd prefer to avoid that point rather than prepare
Yep.
for it.
Yeah,
Alright.
I can't use the crossbow anyway. It's not a weapon for my class in this
Yeah.
edition.
Yeah.
So
So if somebody wants to, if you would roll me a die 100, pretty please.
Yeah, you need a die 100, you said? All right.
Yeah, let's go ahead and roll
you
it.
gonna do that?
100. Boop.
There
That's
we
a
go.
22.
22. So what I'm going to do is for the potion that you guys had, let's go and see what we can find.
Is there a potion that oh, the potion of random. Gotcha.
Yes. Yep. It is a potion of ESP.
Ooh, that's the detecty thoughts one, right?
Yes. So there's a potion of ESP is a random one. So
If you could
there's a lot
take
of
care of that,
different
Lando.
there's a lot of different ways that things in Magic and stuff can be done. You guys can elect to go ahead and split it yourselves. You can roll dice to say whoever gets the highest dice gets first choice and work your way down. How do you guys want to do? You just want to do sort of, hey, I want this and they want that, or
I would choose. I would personally recommend that we use a democratic system designed to give the items to whoever they would be most effective with.
Okay. So
Yeah.
right now, as we're looking at it,
Hmm.
Zadkiel has the +2 longsword.
Yep.
I know Ivor has one of the daggers, and Varys, you now have one of the daggers. Um, the and as far as Ivor's concerned, I know Declan can't use it. So if Arthur doesn't want it, then either Zadkiel or Varys, you can take a second dagger. If Zadkiel wants a dagger, maybe he can take his dagger. But again, he's already got the +2 blade. So I don't know if he wants to. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Zadkiel, on taking one of the
Zadkiel
daggers?
is not one of he's not one to have luxuries, and he doesn't like to keep gold.
Okay. So if that's the case, then the only other one, then Varys, you can take 2 of the +2 daggers.
Excellent. Because I can throw them. Too.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
And
you could probably
so-
do will too, but with a minus, I think, right?
Yep. And so since Ivor already has a +1 greatsword, if you don't want to sell it, we could give one of the +1 long swords to one of the henchmen of Arthur's. Unless somebody wants to say no, I would rather sell it and take the money for it.
Yeah, personally, I think it's better off in one of the henchmen's hands. They need all the help they can get as we get higher level.
It's totally up to you.
I mean, that's okay. If they die, we can always reclaim it.
Right.
And then-
Yeah, I mean the sword's not going anywhere.
Yeah. So if they decide to go off on their own somewhere, then they have to give that sword back,
Yeah.
right? It's just sort of a loaner. So who do you want to give?
Yeah,
the sword
we
to?
own this. We own the sword as like
Yeah.
a party, and
Right.
it's.
Okay. So then, who do you want to give the blade to?
I think for the time being, Stefan.
Okay.
So I'll put that in his inventory.
All right. So Stefan is going to get that. The same thing with the light crossbow. I know that Zadkiel probably may not want to use it, but Ivor, I think, unfortunately, I don't have his character sheet handy in front of me. Let me look and see if I do. I may have it. Ivor, yes, I do. I have a copy of his character sheet. He actually has a longbow, so he has no desire to. He's got a two-handed sword, not a great sword. He's got a two-handed sword, which is a +1. He has a mace and a longbow, so he doesn't need the crossbow. So I know that your henchmen, the hirelings, have light crossbows, right? So if you just want to swap out one of them with a light crossbow +1.
I mean, yeah, I'm fine with that if nobody else is. And the way I see it, we're still holding on to the weapon. We're not losing it.
Yep.
So if we want to sell it later, we can always do that. And I can just give that to, I guess, to Jeremiah for now.
And I will tell you, Zadkiel, the only ranged weapons he's interested in is any ranged weapon he's allowed to use that will allow him to wield his shield. Like
So
a
like a
javelin,
sling.
spear, sling.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, makes
He's
sense.
really interested in looking for a what's the word when like a mace? What is it? Non-sharp. Sorry, that's what happens when I didn't eat all day.
You're looking for a bludgeoning weapon of sorts.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I just read. I saw Lando laughing. I looked up what he was laughing at, and Scott Cobald's like, "Here, hold this until you die." Henchman. Oh, sweet, a magical sword. Wait, what?
Yeah, Scott's my friend
That's
from the
awesome.
Midgard.
That's awesome. I
Adventures
appreciate you
community.
showing up and giving us a little bit of entertainment in the chat, man. Definitely appreciate it. Okay, so Jeremiah gets the crossbow. So Zadkiel's got the +2. So we now have a Ring of Shield, which is a one use a day where you're able to cast the armor spell on yourself.
Yeah. Speaking of, what level is it cast at? Like as a 10th level, like the rest of the items that we had? Or...
No. This item is. I actually say it goes at the level of the caster. So, but we can no. You know what? Let's say it at a 10th level, because
Okay.
everything else that we found was at 10th level, and so let's kind of do that. And I know that
Right.
the armor spell is actually. I'm glad somebody brought it up, because I'm like, I haven't seen armor, and then somebody brought up the fact that it was in. God, this thing really has to Unearthed Arcana. The thing that holds my background is it really is kind of.
Oh, what are we talking about? Mage armor?
Well, that's the actual spell in 5e,
Right.
but it's called armor in the
Unearthed Arcana.
kind of. Thank you.
Got it.
And so let me see if I can find it anywhere in here. Armor. By means of the spell, the caster creates a magical force around which serves as it were leather armor. If the spell is cast upon a person already armored, it has no effect. However, if it's cast upon a creature with an armor class normally better than 9 due to size, whatever, it will benefit the normal armor class by 1 step. 8 becomes 7, 7, 6, and so on. It lasts until dispelled or until the wearer sustains cumulative damage totaling greater than 8 points plus 1 per level of the caster. Thus, the wearer could take 8 points from attack, then several turns later sustain an additional 1.
Yeah, just to be clear, that's not what the ring does, right?
Oh, no, you're right. I'm sorry. The Ring of Shield, you can cast Shield once a day. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I got a little confused there. Wanted to make sure.
That was my fault. There was something we were talking about mage armor, because that's what originally it had talked about as a mage armor spell. And I'm like, oh, there is no mage armor spell. And then somebody brought up, oh, no, there is an armor spell in there. I'm like, oh, we should make that. But I was like, nah, we're going to stick with shield. So whoever wears the ring can cast a shield spell once per day. Right.
Which, which, for the record, provides AC 2. It sets it to 2 against hand-hurled missiles and 3 against small device-propelled missiles like arrows.
Yep.
And 4 against all other forms of attack. So if your armor class is already lower than that, then it doesn't really help you.
So I'm not sure who would want to. You guys can roll for it, or you can just decide who wants to get it. I know Varys is close. Varys's armor class is 4, I believe.
Oh, okay. So he would benefit.
3
so you.
cloak.
Oh,
so
3
you
with
would
cloak, yeah.
So you would only benefit against hand-hurled missiles like axes, darts, javelins,
And
spears, yes?
it also negates magic missile spells.
That is true.
Yeah,
that is another
that would
benefit of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely want to find some magic armor.
Yeah. So there's two. I mean, there's like 2 non-potion related things left. There's a ring of shield and a bag of holding. Right. So I don't know if you guys want to roll for the bag of holding, or we're just going to call it a party bag of holding and somebody calls it.
I mean, I think whoever's taking care of the loot should take care of the bag of holding.
That sounds good.
My personal preference.
Yeah.
And whether that means you or me, Lando, is open for discussion. Though, if you want to take on the loot responsibilities and take the bag of holding, that's fine.
Well, you have a bunch of scrolls and spell book that you're going to be hauling, plus gold or whatever. So why don't you hold on to the book, or the bag rather? Why don't you hold on to the bag for now, and if no one else minds, I'll take the ring.
I think the ring would be of more benefit to me, but
that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm. But I also don't usually get attacked, so it's one of those things where it's. I mean, ultimately,
with any intelligent creature coming after us, they all know to go after the mage first.
Well, fortunately, they haven't been able to up until this point.
Right.
Like the other day in the tower, the skeletons, a few sessions back. First time I remember taking damage. I've been shot at a couple times, but nothing substantial, I don't think. I mean, I'm willing to take the ring if you're okay with it, Lando. But if we find that it's better on you or it's better on someone else, I'm more than willing to hand it over later.
The only reason I would say that Varys may have, and this is Ivor saying, the only reason I would say that Varys would have a reason for it is he's a lot of times up front.
Yeah.
And so he's like sneaking ahead. You know what I mean?
So yes. So against if he gets an axe thrown at him, it's definitely useful for him if he wants to take a turn to cast a spell.
Right. But I'm just saying. So anyway, but it's your guys' decision. Ivar's looking for at least 2 of the potions. So
Yeah, I want some of the potions if I don't
Uh,
get another
I-
item, so that's
yeah.
fine.
I will go so far as to say everyone can take one of the Cure Light Wounds, and I'll pass on the Cure Light Wounds because I still have a few that I've been saving for a while.
So Ivar, Zadkiel, Deglin, and Varys all got a Cure Light Wounds. So am I going to assume then that Arthur's going to go ahead and take the ring and leave the bag with Varys? Or vice versa?
No, I'm gonna leave the bag in the ring with Arthur.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want the potion of invisibility though.
Take
Okay.
it, dude. I will also say the potion of jump and levitate are probably things that are better for you guys to have.
Yeah.
What was the last potion? ESP?
Yeah. So Ivar is asking for the potion of jump. However, I want Zadkiel and Deglin. Are there any of the potions that you guys have your eyes on you may want? There's a jump, levitate, and ESP are the three that are left after our current breakdown.
Yeah, I don't think Zapka would be interested in any of those.
Okay.
He would be more interested in any type of potions that would affect his ability in a physical matter, like
Right. Like a strength,
strength or
yeah, gotcha.
fastness or
Right. Okay.
healing.
Yep. Okay. Deglin, what about yourself, sir?
Didn't have any specific interest. If nobody wants one, I'll take it. Otherwise, I was thinking just put them in a bag and we'll use them as needed.
Right. We can definitely do that too. So let's do that then. We're going to do the jump, the levitate, and the ESP are just going in the bag. I'll note that. So that way, whenever the bag gets destroyed, we know what gets destroyed inside it. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I didn't mean I meant to mute my mic when I said that. I'm sorry.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah. All right.
The good news is I don't have my spell book in there.
That's all right. You know what's gonna happen. Stefan's gonna be like, "Hey guys, look at my boat."
All right. So first of all, everybody has a cloak of protection +1. If you haven't already put that in your inventory, make sure that's there.
Yeah, that is a
Varys, you got 2 of the +2 daggers. Ivor took the other. The longsword went to Stefan. The light crossbow went to Jeremiah. The ring of shield went to Arthur. The potions of jump, levitate, and ESP are all in the bag of holding. Varys took the potion of invisibility. Everybody except for Arthur got a potion of cure light wounds. Arthur has been designated the bag man, so he's got the bag, and Zadkiel has the +2 longsword, which is a wooden longsword, but it is a +2 longsword.
Do I know that?
You do know it is magical, and it sort of lights up when you go into combat. It has like this little flickering light around it. Doesn't really give off a lot of light, but it just has this little flickering of light around it, and it actually surprised you as you swung this hunk of wood at the earth elemental, and it actually hurt the earth elemental to the point that you sent it running as a big huge swath of the because you got a good solid blow on it, and a big chunk of it went flying. So
Yeah, that got my attention.
Yep.
I'm sorry. Can I just clarify? What did we put inside the bag of holding? I'm keeping track of a bag of holding thread now in the loot page.
Yeah, right now it's just the potions of jump, levitate, and ESP. And let's try this again. Any other scrolls and stuff that you happen to find that when you were there?
Oh, I put this. Because the scrolls were all in a book. I just put that in my chest with my other book.
Right. Okay.
I did the same with the cleric's scrolls.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not that I don't trust the bag of holding. It's just that I trust the bag of holding less than just having it next to me.
Gotcha. Okay.
Also, we have that change alignment helmet that we're probably going to put in the bag too. I would.
Let's put that in the bag.
Yeah.
Change of alignment helm.
So,
question for you, by the way. Yes.
Go ahead.
Question for you, Sean, just to clear something up. Is the bag of holding like it is in I think as in 5th edition, where if you look inside it, there's nothing there. You have to stick your hand in and think of a thing, and it comes to the top. Or is it like
more or less? It's more or less like that. I mean, it's always there's actually the the Hewitt's Handy Haversack is the one that actually you think of an item
is
and it
that it?
immediately comes to the top. The bag
Right.
of holding is you have to reach in and grab
Mhm.
something, and so
Right.
I've always just thought of it as you reach in, you know what you're looking for, you feel, you grab it. It's still an
Mhm.
action to take something out. It's
Of
not
course.
like you have to dump everything out.
I'm more so asking if I open it, right, and I don't stick anything in,
Yep.
do I see like a huge, vast, like TARDIS like space in there, or do I
No,
not see
no,
anything?
no. I would say you would just. It looks like it's the bottom of the bag, but you reach in and you're like, "Holy
Gotcha.
cow! I can still reach right through it." You know what I mean? So everybody, it's
Gotcha.
however you want to picture it. There's no
Mhm.
real like, I don't know,
Well,
descriptive.
I asked for the specific reason, and the specific reason is because it does matter a little bit if I'm trying to say, I don't know, get some things past some guards, like, oh yeah, empty bag here, see,
Right?
so that's why I wanted to clarify what it
Exactly.
looked like.
I wanted also to clarify. You said we all had +1 cloaks of protection,
Yes.
and if I'm mistaken and I getting my wires crossed with different editions, my +2 shield does not stack with the +1 cloak, correct? Or is
It
it just
doesn't stack
protection?
with
No.
armor
Yeah.
heavier than leather. So it only works for
Oh.
saves
So
for
it's only
anyone
really a
wearing armor heavier than leather.
So it still applies to your saving throws. That's the important part.
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
I didn't know that. Good to know.
Yeah, I looked
Yeah, I
it up.
wasn't sure. I knew it didn't stack with like +1 ring of protection or +1 any
Well,
other.
it will stack with the ring. It doesn't stack with metal armor. Well, armor better than leather. So if you're
Right.
wearing like metal armor, then it won't work for AC, but
Right.
it will work for save.
Right. So you get an additional +1 to your saves that you would already get instead of the +2 that you get as a paladin.
All
So
right.
now you would have a +3 if you're wearing your cloak.
And are they hooded cloaks or are they
Yes.
just
No, they're hooded.
Nice.
They're hooded.
Hood up all the time.
Pally in the hood?
Yes. So you guys you've spent a fairly decent portion of your day, morning, burying poor Arctus, saying a prayer over him as we did before, splitting up the treasure, splitting up the loot. You guys, it's time to either I guess I should say it's time to sort of pack up, or you want to wait for the night, and in the morning head back to town to handle your business as far as selling off goods to get coin. I know Arthur wanted to visit Arctus Studio where he was training new wizards, um, stuff like that, right? So,
Yeah, I wanted to buy a few things myself in town. Like a couple potions of healing before we
right,
move on.
right. Okay. All right. I don't know why I tried to. I'm playing with the controls on the new tool that we're using a little bit, just trying to see why. It's like it says this is supposed to be like global volume control. I'm like, why would it be like so loud? But I don't know. We'll play around as we go. So, you guys sort of pick yourselves up. Are you gonna wait for the like in the morning? I guess we're gonna head back to town, or is there anything you guys wanted to do for the remainder of the day?
If I recall, it's a 2-day travel, yeah?
Yeah, roughly. Yeah, it was about a 2-day trip.
Then, yeah, probably best to wait for morning, I think, and then, travel by day.
Okay. So, you guys settle in for the evening. Who's taking first watch?
It would be my honor to take the first watch, gentlemen.
One of my hirelings will take a watch with each individual person, and I will help take the last one, just in case that offers any sort of, extra set of eyes to keep track of things. Hello.
Hello. I'm listening. I was just rolling dice.
Yeah, I'm like,
Gotcha.
what?
How do you do that, by the way? How do you roll dice?
All right, so we're
Slash roll
gonna.
space.
Yep, we're
Yep.
actually gonna go through the tool once we go through.
Okay.
Slash
okay.
R.
Yeah. So the evening settles in as you guys have your encampment, setting your watch, and as luck would have it, the night passes relatively calmly and quietly. However, in the morning, the last watch, you hear a snorting and growling and scratching of a large body on the trees as it wades its way through the underbrush, bursting out ahead of you just outside your encampment. And you hear the call from Stefan as he's rousing everybody for breakfast. You see a large black bear on the outskirts of your camp, probably 50 or 60 feet away from you. And it starts huffing and puffing and working its way toward you. And so let's take a moment here just for a second. So, for those that have been following us for a while, you know that we were using Astral Tabletop. I really loved their interface. I was really into it. I liked how things worked. But unfortunately, Astral Tabletop just was not able to sustain any kind of a business model. And they ceased any development and turned it over, the maintenance wise, to Drive Through RPG. And so we have been looking for a different tool that we can use to sort of run our games on. And so I went ahead and purchased a copy of Foundry, a virtual tabletop, and we are actually being hosted by Forge. And so that's kind of where we are right now. Some of us as players have a little bit of experience. That player being Varus has experience playing using the tool. I know that Arthur, I think you said that one of your DMs at least uses it for something, although you guys don't use it on your games itself. Was
Well,
that
no,
correct?
no, we use it during the game alongside Tailspire. Occasionally, we pulls up a 2D map on there, but usually it's for art.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. So basically, what we're doing right here is we're just going to do a walkthrough, sort of a combat with a single creature that the party can figure out basically how things work. And so the first thing we're going to do is I need somebody, if they would, to roll me. Actually, we don't have to. If I go into combat and I want to start, and first thing we want to do is I can select all the players, right click, and add them to combat. And so now everybody, although you folks out there can't see it, everybody is now added to the combat itself. And I think it puts everybody's hit points there. Yep, does everything. And so what we can do is we can roll for initiative. Now, I will say, when I was testing this previously, when I rolled so for example, if I want to roll the initiative, he rolled a 5. It gives everybody a 5, and I'm not sure why it does that. I'm still working on this navigating the map. It used to be I could just sort of drag and drop in, but this one actually has like game-like controllers. So if you hit the control button and move the arrow key, you can move yourself up and down, side to side. And let's sort of talk through this a little bit. So I actually rolled initiative, and I don't know why. I'm going to right-click on Arthur and re-roll initiative for Arthur. He got a 5 anyway. Let's try it one more time. 4. But it doesn't change Arthur's initiative, and I don't know why.
Is there an
So-
initiative list that I don't see?
It's actually if you
It's the
open,
second tab.
the second
yep,
tab with
I
the
see.
fist up. The fist up. If you click on it, the tab opens up and it gives
Oh
you.
yeah, I can right click and yeah.
So actually, let me do this. I'm going to let the folks out in the real world see this. I probably should have done that. So I don't know. So I probably should have had this set up previously, but I'm going to go into studio mode here, and I'm going to go over to the VTT, and I am going
Oh,
to.
by the way, my friend Scott has lots of experience with Foundry
Yep.
as well, so he offered you some help in the chat.
Yep. We can definitely, and we're definitely going to be using that. So normally I'm not going to have this on our game, but I'm going to go ahead and just put this in our game for today so that people can actually see what we're talking about when we're talking about the game. So if you look over here on the second tab, it has the fist raise up, and so it's got everybody initiative wise. But the problem is when I rolled initiative, it rolled it for everybody, and I don't know why it did that. And if I
Because you had us all selected.
I think that might be why, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to roll. Let's see, it gives everybody a 2, right? So I don't know.
Maybe undo the combat sequence of whatever you did and then restart it.
Hold right click the panda map. Okay. Yeah, you're right. It does do that. Yeah, I was always used to doing the left click. That's what was bugging me. So thanks, man. I guess I should have read the directions. Score 1 for Scott. All right. So anyway, so when I roll initiative on here, again, it rolls it, but it rolls it for everybody, but it gives everybody the same. So I don't know. Yeah, if you click begin combat, it gives everybody a 1, and I don't know why Ivar is the only one that didn't. Initiative. Yeah, see, it's like it gave everybody a 1, and if I re-roll initiative, it doesn't update. So I think there's a bug in OSCs. So that's combat tracker setting, resource. Yeah, so this isn't going to let me do anything. So reset.
Is there
the
a way?
initiative.
Is there a way for you as DM to at least be able to set our like initiative? Like, is there an option for you to like right click or
That's what I'm
edit?
actually update combatant. Nope. All it does is let me see.
Well,
find
that initiative would be true because we're doing group initiatives anyway.
Yeah,
right?
we are, but the problem is it rolled it
Well,
for
it
the
goes into
bear
the
too.
enemies.
Yeah, it gives everybody, not just you guys. It gives. Yes, I'm doing group. Maybe if I take it off a group initiative. So if I go to the settings, configure settings, modules. Maybe it's a system setting. Yep. Maybe if we do individual initiative, reset each. Yeah, we're gonna reset it each round. Save changes. And I'll be back in a moment. Here we are. All right, so we're gonna clear all this. Yes, see, we're learning as we're going here. And we go here, and now we're going to. Yep. So now if you click on, the problem is though, we need to set 6 for everybody, right? So we either go, if we go group initiative, it rolls it for everybody, including the monster. If we do individual, it'll roll the dice. See, so now everybody has their own initiative.
Do you have the bear set to hostile?
Good question.
Oh yeah, like so it's like a team. You have to assign the proper team to it. Well, it's selected as
it's the token.
if I hover over it, it says red.
Yeah.
So I would assume that means it's on like a different group.
So the bear is set to hostile. So, and like I said, if I click the bear, so the bear got a 3. So if we click for Ivar also, so Varys, if you want to roll yours, and then Zadkiel, if you click your dice, it should roll yours. You with us, Zad? Monkey, you with us?
Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out this die rolling thing.
Yeah, so if you click on the second column, that's the little raised fist up at the top, it'll open up the initiative. And then if you go down your name, there you go. Cool.
I'm just trying to change it. I don't like pink.
Yeah, okay. So that's the next thing we're going to do. So we got at least initiative figured out, at least for now, right? So I'm not worried about group versus individual right now. We can work that stuff out later. But if you go to on the top right hand of your navigation bar and hit game settings, and you go to configure settings, um, and then under module you should see the dice so nice, and click on my dice settings.
Yeah. Well, Monkey's problem is coming because his color, his like player color is pink, but going to the dice settings won't change the player color.
No, you can change the player color too, right?
Not from the dice settings.
Oh no, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
from your
Oh.
change it from your slide.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
play
you
with
have
it later. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
I'll deal with faded red.
Yep. So I forget where. I know that when you first come in, it gives you the choice to change your color.
Yep.
So I don't know why. I'm not sure where it's updated here. Scott, do you know? Yep, thank you. He's finding it for us now. I know the only time I've ever seen it is when you first log in and it shows up. And then it says, hey, and then you can change the color, but I don't know where in here unless I can go to this. Missions. Now it doesn't have anything about color. So, all right. So the next thing I wanted to do, if you have yet to check while you're waiting, like I said, if you go to game settings, which is the top right-hand corner of your navigation bar, you click on that and you go to configure settings. And then in the top of it, you go to module settings. You can see Dice So Nice is the module that I have set up. And if you open up my dice settings, you can see this is what I currently have set. You can enable it to for 3D dice, etc., etc. I don't know if you guys have the rights to, but I can download new models, whatever. But there's some presets that are in there, like Foundry Standard. I added these 2 extra dark deeds and Forbidden Knowledge. The theme, you can change the theme if you want. You can change the textures to appear any way you want. You can change the material to whatever you want. And then down here, if you just click on, I think based on what you choose, it will allow you to change the color of like fonts and stuff like that, right? So some of these are defaulted, I think. You can do individual dice, change the individual dice if you want to do that as well. So like if I wanted to change mine to like necrotic instead of ice, I could change it to this and it would be red or whatever, right? I like the ice. Lightning is actually kind of cool too. It's sort of that version. It's transparent. That looks kind of cool, but I end up liking the ice best for me. And again, you can change the look and feel all you want. I like the ice transparent. Water is pretty nice too. But anyway, you can play with the dice and set it any way you want. And then once you're done, make sure at the bottom you save. And then save changes at the bottom and close out, right? So was that you that just threw that, Monk? Yep.
Yes.
Yep. So you did all of the black dice, or whatever is that what you were looking for?
Black and gold for my colors for my pally too.
Nice. All right. So everybody, once you got your dice set up right, that's how you can do. Now, I did go through and did some tweaks to a lot of y'all's character sheets. I know, Deglin, you did a lot of great work on your character sheet, but I did have to make a couple changes because when you go, and I'm going to use Deglin as an example, opening up his character sheet. If you go to inventory, you can see you had Warhammer, and in Warhammer, you had the small, medium, and large sizes put in there. It won't roll the dice that way. It has to be a strict dice formula. So what I had to do is I had to clone your Warhammer and make a Warhammer large. So your Warhammer you see does 2d4 plus 5. Now, why do you do 5, Sean? Because this silly OSE, in which, by the way, I am going to be working on an Ostrich offshoot of this OSE system, and I'm going to make it Ostrich specific. So, all right, you're putting dice in front of me here, dude. Stop. So if you look at your 20 strength, it gives you a +3 bonus on your melee. unfortunately, it's a +3 attack and damage, even though you do +3 or +3 +8. So what I had to do is I had to -3 from your damage on your device. So it's 2d4 +5. But if you actually roll with it, you get a 9. And then as you see, it does +3 to hit, and then it does +3 damage. So instead of the 8, I had to add the additional +5, right? So you get a total of +8 on your damage. So I had to fudge it a little bit so that it gave you the proper damage on your weapon. And the same thing here. This is a Warhammer against a large creature. It does a 1d6 +5. So, like I said, I had to tweak it a little bit because you can't do small, medium, large. I'm hoping that and I don't know how long it's going to take me to do this. Right, I've just now started, but I am very familiar with React and Node and programming and stuff like that, and that's what a lot of these modules look to be written in. And so I'm hoping that I'll be able to take OSE as a base and then tweak it to make it Osric specific, so that when you go to roll, you'll be able to select, is it a large or a small creature? So the item as a weapon will be able to have an attack versus small, medium, and an attack damage versus large creatures. And then you would be able to select. So just like when you roll, right here, you roll. If you do a dagger or the hammer throwing, it asks you, is it a melee or a missile? You'd do the same thing. Is it a small, medium, or large creature? When you do melee, it would say small, medium, or roll. And then for damage, before it could roll damage, it would say small, medium, or large. And then it would roll the appropriate damage, right? So that's kind of what my goal is. I don't know how long it's going to take me to do it, but we'll give it a try over the next couple months or whatever to see how things go. So anyway, so it says, Monkey, right click your name in the bottom left of the window, and you should be able to click user config and change your color.
I did already.
Oh, nice. Very cool. So the game master can go to his user configuration, and he is going to pick a much prettier green than that ugly ass.
Yeah, I didn't mean to roll them dice while you're talking. I was just testing.
No,
out
dude,
some
I'm
stuff.
just messing with you. I could care less, to be honest with you. Okay. Cool. All right, man. See, we got Scott out there sort of navigating us. All right, so that is what we have. Everybody got their dice set up, and so now we can actually try to run some kind of a combat. Now, when you want to attack something, I don't know if this system does it, but so I can just drag and just go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 30. Yeah, he can move his 10 feet. And then what you can do is you can select the creature, and I'm not sure if, I think all you have to do is select. You don't even have to right click. If I select this creature, maybe not. Go to my inventory, go to my longbow. I know that we used to be able to just drop it on the creature. I know on 5e, on the 5e, you can actually take your weapon, drop it on the creature, and it'll target that creature, but apparently this one won't. So this is a missile. We're going to roll our attack. 2 probably misses, so the attack fails. So the bear's armor class is in fact 6. So it shows here, well, on the to hit. It's weird that it won't tell me whether that's an actual hit or not, because it doesn't know what armor class. But I think there's a way to select the creature. I don't know if players have access to this. Not really sure. Alt click for GM to select.
I was muted. Sorry, I was muted. I was trying to tell you, we definitely cannot select the creature. For the record.
So it says
Yeah, no,
here, alt click for GM to select double right for the players. So if a player, if one of you guys, I'm going to go ahead and go.
Oh, yep.
Go
you
to the next person.
Right, yeah.
Yep. So Arthur, you're next, right? So if you double click on it, that means you've targeted that creature.
Yep.
Right. So which is cool. Now, if you double click on something else, I don't know if it allows you to double click off it or not. Like if you double click
I
on
can, I
something?
can, yeah, I can get off of it,
Yeah.
and I
Okay.
can also like attack with my dart versus bear.
Okay. Perfect. Awesome. All
Looks
right.
like.
So now I'm going to go ahead and show that since nobody else saw. So you're saying for the DM it's Alt click. All right. So if I Alt,
I think you have to click on a player
yeah,
because it's like
yeah. I'm trying to play Ivor and it won't let me. Yeah. Shift click. Okay. Click. There we go. So now I attack him, and then when he uses his two-handed sword, actually not his two-handed sword, his longbow as a missile, roll 16. Yay, and he does. So it says it hits armor class 2, so I hit, inflicts a damage of 1. I don't know, does it automatically take it off? Nope, it didn't take it off. So I would have to come in here and actually. So that may be a setting that you do. All right, so that's. And if. All right, I have taken it off. All right. So, like I said, I want to just kind of go through this slow combat because this is our first time doing it. So Ivar did his shot, but his original one missed. So the next one is
Okay, I
Arthur.
don't.
Mhm. Sorry.
Never mind. I'm trying to put something in my sheet and wondering why it's
Got it. All right.
doing
So
something.
Arthur, go ahead and target the creature, and then you were trying it with your dart, but you're way out of range anyway with your darts.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure if we were actually in the combat yet or not. I'm a little
Yeah,
confused.
I'm actually no. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to go. I want to go through this just really, really
Yeah.
slow, right? So because this is our first
Sure.
time using this, so that's what I said. Tonight's going to be a really slow game in the sense that we're just trying to get Foundry figured out as far as how combat mechanics work and how the party will work as we go. All right. So Ivar moved up 10 feet. He took a shot with his arrow and he missed. Moving to the next person in combat, that leaves Arthur. So Arthur, you are
Okay.
up to do now. You
I mean-
can. You said you can double click off the creature, right?
I have to double click the creature, but yeah,
Yep, gotcha.
it
Okay.
deselects it.
Yep. Okay. I just want to
Like,
make sure.
I mean, for the purposes of this, because you're testing the system, it's probably best if I don't cast any spells because they don't. It's not.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think that's probably in the best interest. So it's probably just better for me to pass my turn, I guess, or
Yep.
maybe I'll try some darts. I mean, even though I'm not, I'm just skip me because
Okay.
I can't do anything that wouldn't just end the combat.
Right. Well, no, it wouldn't end the combat. I mean, we can still go through.
Okay, I cast
this.
web on the bear and we run away. It's like that's what I'm saying here. Is
Right.
like it doesn't
Right.
really.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still, it would get a strength check to get off. But all right, so that moves us up next to Jeremiah, right? So
Okay.
you should have control of Jeremiah, so you can
Can
have
he-
him.
Yeah.
He
Can
can
I have?
charge.
Can I?
Yep.
I don't know how far you can charge when you're wearing plate.
Well, I mean,
honestly.
his movement is 6, so he should be able to move 60 feet.
Okay. So yeah, he can charge in and make an attack, I guess.
Okay. And so
His AC is wrong on here. I'll have to fix that somehow.
yeah, I knew that. I knew that.
Oh, sorry. Jeremiah has the +1 crossbow. He'll do it from back here. He'll just do this.
Okay.
How do I?
So
that?
yep,
I think
yep. Attacks with light crossbow and a 7. Yeah, would
it didn't add
definitely-
It definitely didn't add the +1. So that's I'm gonna have to fix that somehow.
Yeah, that's he doesn't on his
bonus
inventory.
bonus 1. There we go. Now I fixed it so it'll add it in the future. Hopefully. Can
Yeah,
I just roll that
instead
again
of-
to see if it works?
Now, instead of a bonus of 1, just
Mhm.
put on its damage, put 1d6 plus 1 instead of bonus of 1 because the bonus
Okay.
suddenly ends up adding a +1 to the attack and damage.
Well, isn't that what a +1
Well, yeah, that's
crossbow
true.
does?
Yeah, this one would. Yeah, you're right. So
Yeah.
that should work. Yeah. So yeah, I wasn't thinking. Sorry. So go ahead and attack again.
I have to put range increments in here. Apparently,
Yep.
that's a thing. Okay, neat.
Yep. So
I'm just gonna ignore that and roll anyway,
Okay, that's fine.
and hopefully that won't break it.
Yeah, it won't. It'll probably miss, but
Let's see if
a
it
light-
works this time.
15 plus 13.
It did add the +1.
Yep, plus 1
It didn't.
hits.
It didn't add the +1 to damage, so I do have to add
Right.
the +1 to damage.
Okay.
All right.
So just if you want to put the range in there, the light crossbow Range is 6, 12, 18.
All right, 6, 12, 18, which is different in outside than it is inside.
Outside it's yards, indoors it's. But here, I don't think that the map knows. It's just going to know this. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it cares about range. It's just this for me to reference.
Yep. Yeah, Scott, I appreciate that. That's what I was looking at. Is I was having to tweak and play around with things because people's strength, and then it was adding to damage as well. So I was like, come on, stop. All right, so that was his. So the next combatant is Varys. Varys, go ahead and do whatever it is that you want to do against.
Okay, well, all right. So mine, I have an elven ability to use longswords and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think this is going to calculate right.
You get an extra +1 or something like that because
yeah, I had +1 to hit with
yeah.
longswords.
You're right.
and
You're
stuff.
right. You're right. It probably was.
I'm probably going to just have to manually do it rather than click on the macro. So, me.
I like that dice. I love it. Natural 1.
That's
And I'm sorry for those of you out there watching us fiddle around with this. We're just trying to figure out how this thing works. This is our first time getting together as a group. Ooh, that hits. Trying to figure out Foundry virtual tabletop as we're working through the bugs or not bugs, but the figuring out how things work differently from our previous system. So we're just doing this real quick combat. So 8 damage. So that's a total of 9 it's taken so far. All right. So that leaves up for Varys. So now we are going to Zadkiel the Righteous. It is your turn, sire.
Lords of Light.
You gonna charge
All
him
right.
or
I am going. I don't think I can.
30, 35, 40. He's only 45 feet away. Your movement's 90, so you can charge. So you can go up to your
Oh, it
movement.
is. All right, I'm gonna charge him.
Wait, are you in plate mail?
I'm in play.
Okay, so you're in 60 move. Still, he's only 45 feet away, so you can still get up there.
No, I'm in splinted mail.
Okay, then there's probably 9. I think Splint is 9,
Yeah.
unless somebody out there wants to. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Hey, DM. Yeah, we're doing first edition.
No, it's 12.
Is it? Okay, awesome. Yeah, DM. We are playing first edition. The problem is that there is no first edition module or system added in for Foundry. So we're using Old School Essentials, which is OSE. For those that know, it's more based on sort of a hybrid between Basic Expert. So there's a lot of tweaks that we're having to make in our character sheets in order to get the proper calculation and stuff like that. And this is our first time actually using Foundry as a group. I played with it beforehand. I know Varys has had some experience. Arthur's got a little bit of experience, but we're just kind of going through the motions of a combat so they can see how things kind of work as we go. And eventually I'm hoping to have the character sheets all worked and tweaked out that we can. So he attacks. Go ahead and attack again. See if you can hit him this time. Wah, 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 wah. Nope. As you get two chances. Yeah, I actually have to show you guys how to set that up if you want. We have it set up at least on the DM side. If I roll a natural 1, it gives me a wah 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 wah. All right. So that's for Varys. Deglin. You are up, sir.
All right, I'm gonna try to go up there and hit it. I'm still not quite sure how to attack.
Okay. Yep. So if you double click your token,
Okay.
it opens up your character sheet.
Yeah.
Go to inventory.
Got it.
Select and then look at the weapon that you want to use. Now the bear, I think, is considered a medium creature. I just want to make sure. Say What its size is. Interesting. Oh, 6 foot tall. Yeah, so it is medium. So it's a medium creature. So you have 2 weapons that are listed on yours. One that shows regular, and then another one that has large. So you would
Right.
want to roll the dice with the regular, right? So you just click the little dice, and it'll pop up, and it'll say, roll. There's a slot for
Nice.
you to add any additional modifiers in there. Should I be if I say, oh, you get a +4, then you can just add +4 as that in that modifier or something like that, and it'll roll a one-time modifier as you roll. So that's all you have to do though is click on it to roll, and it'll roll your dice for you.
Oh, okay. So you click on the armor thing. Because between it shows the dice, and then it also
Yep.
shows like a sword.
Yeah. So where the sword is, if you mouse over the sword, it changes
It
into
turns into the
a
dice.
dice.
Yeah.
Then click that, and it'll roll your dice for you. It'll pop up a
Alright.
thing that says melee or whatever.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll.
Yep. Nice. So you rolled a 10, so that says you hit. So it hits you hit armor class 5, which is a hit, and you did 2d4 plus 8 points of damage. So you did a total of 4 plus 8 is a 12. So you did 12 hit points of damage to the bear.
Oh. Okay. Good. Cool.
Yep. So it automatically rolls the damage for you. Now, like I said, one thing I'm gonna probably I think get away from is having it automatically roll the damage if you hit, because until we make sure that it's rolling correctly, like you rolled a 13. So if I look at a 13, you're 5th level now, right, as a cleric?
Correct.
All right. So if I go to clerics and I go to a 5th level cleric, and you roll the 13, that should hit. Yep, hits armor class 5, so it's correct. So it says you hit armor class 5, boom. So it looks like it's correct. So maybe we won't have to fudge that, because I was afraid that it was like, oh, if you hit but you don't really hit, and then it automatically rolls damage. So, but you did 12 hit points of damage. So if you hit, like I said, if you double click on the creature, that means you target the creature, and then when you roll, whenever I have the settings set correctly, it should automatically deduct the damage from the token from the monster when you hit it. So go ahead.
Was I supposed to double click the creature before?
Yeah,
attacking?
normally
Oh.
you would, but you don't. Again, we don't have to, because I can still go in and manually update it. Right, it doesn't matter to me. But right now I'm looking and I see that you have the red color, so that
Yeah,
means you are.
I
Yep.
just did that.
Yep. So now go ahead and roll again and see if the
let's go
damage. I don't know if the
back to
damage will automatically deduct or not, but I don't think so. But that just shows that you're targeting that creature.
Okay.
And I think this makes it easier in the long run down the road. So you hit again. She hit another 13, and you did another 14 hit points of damage. Now let's see if it did anything with the creature. I don't think it did. Yeah, it didn't automatically. So it in the 5e module or the 5e system that I have installed, I can have it set up to automatically take off the hit points. I don't know if I can do that in this system, but I'm going to find out. But you did 12, so you would have ended up killing the creature anyway. And then if you double click the creature again, you untarget it, if you will. And I think this will come in handy, obviously, when we have multiple creatures and you don't trying to tell me which one you want to attack. You just double click on it and it lights up it lights up to see, who you're attacking, right? Okay. So that brings us to Laneth. Do you want us to skip over them, Arthur, or do you want us to go through them?
I mean, I kind of understand how they work. If the creature's
Okay.
dead, we don't really have to go through
Well,
it.
he's not dead, but now I want the creature to go. So.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
then, all right. I guess I won't attack with them then.
that's right.
I was going to.
Yep. So I don't know how I can. Oh, I know. Okay, never mind. Hang on. So DM is shift click, clicking on, and he is going to. He gets 2 claw attacks. So he's rolling 1. So that means attacks with claw. Hits armor class 8, so he missed Deglin. If he rolls again, and that's what I was saying, I don't understand. Oh, that's cool because it actually takes the attacks down too. He rolled a 13. Nope, still missed. It's weird. I thought that if I selected Deglin, why would it not? Or I got to shift double click. And double click him, it opens them up. So how does a creature target? How does a creature target one of the player characters? I guess that would be my question as a DM. I have the bear. I double click
You
him.
probably just select. You probably select the person that's getting attacked, baby.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I thought. So
Have you tried the double right click or the shift right click or anything like that?
yeah. So I mean, it's just if I double click, if I right click, it opens up the little menu to put him. I mean, the DM's menu, right? I can change things, right? But I don't want that. I just want to be able to attack. Shift right click the player. So I shift.
Yep, unselect bear.
I got to unselect bear. Won't let me this. Okay. All right. So now I shift right click. So, but the problem is when I open up the bear, it immediately deselects him. Shift right clicking. Shift.
It might just be that you can't do it as a DM because I know token targeting in base Foundry is supposed to just be an indicator for the DM to add damage and stuff.
Yeah.
And if you're the one doing the attacking and changing the health, then you already know who to do it to, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. That's just
This-
kind of, it's weird though.
'cause-
It's just, that's fine. So I deselect the bear. If I shift, right click Deglin. Oh, and we attack there. Aha. So now I can say claw, roll. Attack fails. Why? Because, yep, it says right there versus Deglin. So that's what it was. I forgot to click the little target thingy on him because I am a knucklehead. Roll again. 3. Missed again. Awesome. So that works like that. Okay. How do I deselect him? Oh. Okay. Oh, this is going to be a little frustrating for me to figure out, but okay, I got it. I got it now. It's going to be a little frustrating for me to figure out at first, but I think it's doing okay. All right. So then we go to Stefan. So the creature end up being killed. Cool. All right. So I think, so does anybody, I mean, do we want to go through like another round of combat? I mean, are you sure whether or not you can kind of figure out the combat? I think, Zadkiel, are you okay with how combat is going to work or how to select an opponent and attack an opponent or whatever? Because
Yep.
if you select them, the system will know whether or not you hit or not because it's going to know the armor class of the target that you're attacking. So it's going to tell you fail or not. So
I am kind of wanting to look at how I like turn undead or
Right.
how we cast spells.
You don't,
Yep.
frankly. Frankly, you don't. You have your character sheet somewhere else and you just know how to use it.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to roll, like
Yeah, 'cause-
probably
'cause
roll in the chat. or
Until
do
we program a first edition thing, Foundry is not very it's not going to have all the features like that
yeah.
on there.
And for like my elven racial stuff, I'm probably just gonna have to manually roll that
Yeah.
too.
Now, frankly, we didn't
Well-
really frankly, we didn't have that in Astral either, so it's still like an upgrade. It's just you'll have
Yeah,
to
but if I
know
go
how your
like
stuff works.
if I go to Varys's character sheet though, and I go to inventory and I go to your longsword, now this longsword isn't a magical longsword, right?
It is a match.
Okay, so you have a +1 longsword and you have an additional +1 with it, right? So
I have to hit
Because he's
only,
an elf.
only to hit,
because I'm an elf. Yeah,
right?
because
Okay.
I'm an elf.
Okay. So I think if all you have to do then is if you go on the longsword here, situational modifier, I would just go +1 on your longsword. So when you roll,
Oh, okay.
Or you could just set up a macro in the bottom that's literally just
yeah,
that +1,
yeah,
because Elven Longsword attack.
right, yeah, yeah. So you, like you said, if you wanted to set up a macro down in your bar at the bottom, you could do longsword, attack or whatever the case may be, and just click it from
Yeah.
here, and the macro
Yeah.
will send it. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely a route to go. So.
I'll have to do that for throwing
Yep,
daggers
and
too.
it may be that I actually made a mistake here. Instead of your melee bonus, if we just get rid of that, and then we save changes, and then when I go to longsword, where is it? Oh, that's okay. We go to, why isn't it popping up? 1d8 +1, longsword +1, tweaks. We just do 0, I guess. Maybe that's why. Okay. And then when we roll, 16 plus should be +1 +1. Well, it only did the +1, so the sword itself is an additional +1. So I guess we would have to in here. We just got rid of it here and added the +1 here. Maybe that, because I forgot about your because when I tweaked yours, I had forgotten about your special on the longsword. So
Yeah.
roll again.
I might have to play around with
Yeah,
the,
so
the
there,
magic
so
dagger
here,
and
yeah,
stuff.
so here, yeah, so here it gives you the additional. So it gives you the +1 melee bonus with the longsword, and then the +1 here. The problem is, I think that I want to make sure it doesn't do it with the
that
dagger
that
too.
one that original +1 is probably from
Yeah,
the strength, which
yeah.
isn't
See,
which
this one,
isn't in 1E. Yeah.
yeah, and this one gives you a +1 for whatever reason on the dagger too. So that's why I think I was trying to play around with them to get, but we'll
Yeah,
work on
yeah, I
getting them.
figured out what you were doing with the
Yeah.
minus. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just trying to get that figured out. So all right. So Deglin, as far as what you're concerned, if you want to turn undead, I think we add abilities and you just go to turn undead and just roll, and then we're going to have to look at the chart and say, oh, you got a 10, did it work or not, right? So I think that's still the same as we've been having to do anyway.
Yeah.
There's nothing in here that says, oh, it's a skeleton, therefore you automatically turn whatever. I think we're just going to have to do just like anything else. We have the skill in here to turn undead. We just roll it and compare it on the chart to see whether or not you succeeded in your turning, right? So
Okay.
I think that's going to be just fine.
All right.
Yep. And then when we talked about as far as spells go, when you do a spell, it's really when you do this, if you cast it, you see it takes it away from your spell ability and how many that whether or not you can cast it or not. It won't stop you from casting it again. I saw it'll just start doing negative numbers. It'll be like -1 of 1, -2 of 1, -3 of 1, which is weird. But all this does, which I kind of like, is it gives you a list. Here's what the spell does, and then if we have to roll, we can roll like spiritual hammer. It does here, but it doesn't do anything as far as attacking or anything like that. I don't know if we can edit it. Yeah, it doesn't look like we can do anything as far as like rolling for damage or anything like that. So you would have to do sort of a manual roll. Ooh, I like that color.
Thanks. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to actually
No, it's
roll
okay.
that, but it works.
No, dude. That's
How do you
nice.
do that? How do you just roll?
Okay, so you can use the chat bubble that's on the right, right?
Okay.
You can
Down
do
at the bottom.
/roll. You can do /roll.
Yep, I go
Space
roll
whatever you need to do.
1d20.
Like 1d6, 1d20, whatever. If you want to do multiple different dice that aren't part of the same roll, like I just did, like this, even though it'll sum them up, you have to click on them to see what the actual individual results are. If you want to do that, you can use the curly bracket, like 1d20, comma 1d6, comma 1d20, comma 1d6, comma 1d20, comma whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if you want
can
to roll
see
multiple
it,
different
yeah.
dice at the same time,
Yeah, so you can
can
see
see it.
how he's got it in on his dart
Yep.
roll there.
Yep. And you can just click on the message to expand it to see what those individual dice rolls were.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, if you double click it or single click it, I mean,
Right.
it'll tell you what the individual.
Okay.
So
Cool.
the other thing that we're going to talk about really quick is for be right back. That's hilarious. The other thing that you can do is if you left click and hold it, or is it right click and hold it? Those.
On something.
Yeah, just anywhere, right?
Okay.
It'll actually ping, right? So that it'll show you a little.
Yeah, it shows like a spinning red thing for me.
Yeah, exactly. Why is this? Oh, this is really getting annoying. I'm trying to deselect the. There we go. Yeah, my pinger isn't working. It's kind of funny. What do we have to do to ping, right? It's just
You hold left click where you want to ping.
yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm like holding it.
Oh, it's not working for you, but it works for us.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
That is kind of funny.
Yep. Fine. The heck with you guys. I don't want to do it anyway. All right. So everybody's kind of got an idea about the combat a little bit. I know it's going to be a little fuzzy if we have any combat or anything like that. I know that it's going to probably take a little bit of getting used to as far as us. As far as what is these dots on the.
Those dots mean that someone has them selected, I think. It's weird that it says that I have them selected when I certainly don't. Oh, well, I did for a second there. But
Okay.
There, they're gone now.
Yep. Cool. All right.
So that color was for you, right, Arthur?
yeah, if you look in the bottom left, you can see each individual player's color.
Yeah, I just saw that. Okay, cool.
So like the cyan is what I chose for myself.
Yep.
I chose that darker red.
Kind of like. All right, so everybody kind of got an idea about how to move their tokens around, how to look at their character sheet, how to utilize their character sheet in order to attack, et cetera, et cetera. And I apologize out in chat for those that hyped us up, starting going right away, and we got immediately slowed all the way down. But I really wanted to get back to last week where I felt that we really just rushed through the ending and carted the people off or carted the players off into their next adventure. But I wanted to give everybody an opportunity to sort of step back, make sure that we took care of business that should have been taken care of at the end of last game, make sure that the new Foundry VTT that we're going to be using, I know it's going to take a little bit of growing pains of getting into it, but I wanted to make sure that everybody had an idea on how things work, just in the event that something happens tonight as we start moving through the game. So I am going to end the combat. No more combat. And then we can continue on our way for tonight. So what I'm going to try to do.
Yeah, it seems just like you said, just gonna have to practice using it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, my brain is a neural net processor, so it's like a learning computer.
This is really starting to get annoying to me. Like I don't hear anything on the. There we go. Now, is that too loud on you guys, or I know you had it muted a little bit? I just want to have a little ambiance music and stuff.
It's fair on my end.
Yep. All right. So
I'm unmuted on mine.
Yeah, that's fine. You don't have. I like to have at least
muting
a little.
It again.
Yep.
It's still too loud on my end.
Really?
Yeah, it's probably just a matter of Monkey and I having like different volumes set up for different applications right now, and it's just something I'd have to change. I'm gonna have to tweak on my end.
Yeah, because I don't know can you set audio? Like, do you have an audio symbol at the top of your icon? Yeah, I've got the playlist volume and Foundry like way down. That's why I'm saying. I know the player should be able to too. So in the top, there's a little musical
Oh
note.
yeah, sure. There sure is. I can change the volume on my end. There we go. Perfect.
Yep. Cool. And I just, because like I said, I just like to have a little bit of. I'm not sure. Is it coming across loud out in the stream? Not really sure.
Let's find out.
Not really sure because I'm not on the stream right now. And again, I apologize that we're getting such a long lead in until tonight's game, but this is stuff that we really had to get taken care of, and we just haven't had a chance to get together during the week. People have been in and out of
It's
the.
a little bit louder than your voice
Is it?
on my end. of
Okay.
the stream.
Yeah, you can. Well, like I said, you can up on the top of your navigation bar, you see the little musical note. If you click on that, you can change the different volumes for like playlists and stuff like that. So you can change the volume of the music and stuff that's coming through.
No, I'm not talking about for me. I'm talking about for the stream itself.
Oh.
There's
When
no
you're
music
talking
on the stream.
Stream.
Okay.
I was hearing you because I muted my Discord so I could hear the stream, and the music was a little bit louder than your voice.
Interesting.
I couldn't hear the music at all on his stream.
Well, I think this I didn't.
You were hearing the music, I think, on Foundry, not on the stream.
Maybe. Let me see. I am going to go back to my tavern.
Yeah, because if I mute the Map Foundry tab, there is no music at all on the stream. No, wait. It just turned on. Now I can hear it.
Okay. Yeah, I had it way down.
Yeah, this.
I had it way down because Arthur was really complaining about it, so I had to bring it way down.
Well, I think that was a control on your end, not on.
Yeah, no, I understand. What I'm just saying is I turned it down specifically because I wanted to make sure that it wasn't blowing you away. But if you go up now, like I said, you can go up into the top where it says the little musical note. It says audio playlist. You click on that. You can change the volume on your end so that it's way down, and that allows me to sort of play it at whatever I want, so that it shows up on the stream, at least in the background. I want to make sure that it's not. I don't want to blow. Does that sound all right out on the stream?
I'm gonna get on my other computer real quick.
Okay. No problem. I just want to make sure that the how the sound out there, because again, I want to be able to have some background ambiance music. It's totally okay if the players want to mix it on their end here, but I want it to be able to be played out there. So
yeah, it's at a good balance.
I think you've got a good volume on the stream.
Okay, cool. And then if you guys, like I said, if it overpowers you guys, feel free to mute it on your side. That's totally okay. I just want to get the stream like we're saying. So that being said, as your party picks up their gear in the morning and you begin to work your way. What happened there? That's kind of funny. I guess I'm going to have to get a few more. You guys head through the hills, heading your way back toward town, or the city, I should say, in the March Abyssal, as you have completed your investigation and discovery of the mysterious tower. Working your way through the hills, you manage to overcome the large bear which attacked you guys the first morning after you left the mysterious tower, and you have yourself a full bear skin as reward for taking out said bear.
Yeah.
Varus, you probably estimate you could get 10 gold for this bear if you wanted, over this bear skin if you wanted to sell it. Or perhaps it would cost you 5 gold for somebody to manufacture the bear skin into some sort of a heavy cloak.
That'd be nice. Yes. A heavy winter cloak.
As you guys work your way, the remainder of the day takes you just as darkness falls over the skies to the west. the sun setting on the backside of the barrier peaks, the twin moons of Luna and Selene begin to rise, casting their bright shadows over the land as you arrive at the city gates. Inside, you guys can see that shops are beginning to fold up, although not completely, as there are some that are still open for a few more hours at least. But the taverns themselves are beginning to overflow with the crowds as you guys arrive, winding your way through, finding your place to stay for the evening. You wind up in a bar, or an inn, I should say, in the bar of the inn. Pretty heavy crowd. There's a like I said last time you guys were here, there's a rather large mix of races that you guys find within this city, particularly due to the fact that there are mines nearby. There is a heavy contingent of dwarves as well as gnomes, and a large portion of the population is obviously human. A smattering of elves, as there are elves in the woodlands that surround the cities and the mountains, but not really that many that you can spy right off the top. But you guys managed to find yourselves a place to sleep at night. What do we want to do in town when we wake up in the morning?
Is this this is the town for Arcus,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. This is the city that you guys, and I apologize, I can never remember. It's the March Abyssal. It's one of my expert Greyhawk folks that remembers all the city names right off the top of your head. I'll get it shortly. But anyway, while I'm doing that, what do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna go shopping.
Okay. Anything in particular that you're looking for?
Well, I'm gonna go see about getting the bear skin turned into a nice cloak,
Okay.
as well as I'll buy a couple potions of healing for the road,
Okay.
and a new pair of boots, and some of those stones, because might be wise.
And some what? Sorry, that last one you
Some
kind of
more,
cut.
some more sling bullets,
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
and maybe some more food and
Yep.
stuff. Just restock things.
So the city that you guys are actually in is in the March Abyssal is called Vigilance. It's a large city that sits right on the western border of the March itself, right in the shadow of the barrier peaks to its west. There's a river that runs right down the side, and you can see that it does have a dock area with ships that come in traveling or bearing trade from the north and from the south. To the south is a large wooded area, the Whispering Woods, and so there are communities of elves in that direction, but like I said, not too many in town. So searching around town, you manage to find very easily, Varys, in the morning, you find that there are those who are willing to take your bear skin and tan it for you and make it into a cloak, but it's going to take a few days before it's ready, and it'll cost you 5 gold to have it manufactured into a wearable cloak, should you so desire.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll do it. If I end up having to stay for an extra day, then I will.
Okay, that's fine. Potions are a little harder to come by, but you do manage to find an apothecary that has several potions of healing that are available, each one at a cost of 50 gold, should you so. And let's say I'm gonna do this the democratic way, just so I can continue to practice on my newfound toy.
Well, if it's only 50 gold, I'll buy them all and split them with the party.
Okay. He has 9 potions of healing that are available for sale at 50 gold apiece.
I'll buy 4.
Okay, So that'll be 200 gold, please.
Done.
All right. So you now have 4 additional potions of healing. What about anybody else? While Varys is out doing that, Deglin, Arthur, Zadkiel, is there anything that you desire that you want to do?
I was gonna go with Varys to the store because I was gonna look into purchasing either a sling with some bullets,
Okay.
and possibly any armor that they might have, whether it's magical or not. Probably just regular armor. But
Yeah, I'm not one that you're gonna find like a magic shop selling magic armor. No, that's usually found
Yeah.
or contracted for an extended price, or even more so, go on a quest for us and we'll build it for you. So
yeah, so I'm gonna go to see what available armors they have as far as in comparison of what I
yeah.
have.
So searching through with the coin that you have, you're able to find plate armor. Although it may take a couple of days for them to fashion it to fit your frame, as they take measurements like a tailor would. It'll take a few days for them in order to do that.
I tell them, well, how much before you start touching me and measuring me? We haven't talked price.
You're gonna make me look this up, and I'm gonna look it up just so I can tell.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted to role play.
No, I do, but I need to know myself because I am not 100%.
Oh, okay. No problem.
It will be 600 gold for them to fashion a suit of plate mail armor for you.
Well, at those prices, I will need some extra things on it, please.
Such as,
And I pull out my holy symbol and I say, this needs to be here. And here, right? No, not there, right here.
a low jack. You want to have a low jack put into it in case anybody steals it. Okay, so as they're measuring you and they're taking down notes as to where you want your holy symbol, and they put it right there on the groin area, right there,
What?
right below. That's not where you wanted the symbol at.
No.
Oh,
The cod piece.
I say, oh, not there. I know
thank
it
you. I
looks
was trying to think. I was trying to think the name of it, but I couldn't. Thank you.
You
I know
joke,
it's
but
source of
there.
my power, but still. Let's raise it up just a little bit. And I'm gonna specifically say that it needs to be in an area where my cloak can easily cover it if need be.
Okay. Yeah, the cloaks that come around you guys, those +1 cloaks that you have, they come around and they can, like, you can hold them in the front, right? And so it ties very well. Similar to what you may see Arthur's image right now, where if he's just let that go, it'll just drape right down in front of him.
And then that's pretty much it. And I say, and any other St. Cuthbert colors or something, if you know of such a thing, I don't
Okay.
know if he,
I got you. So you just want a holy man's suit of armor made for you. So you want to spend your
Yeah.
coin wisely.
Yeah, and and have any colors associated with the god, because I know St. Cuthbert's a great god, so he probably has cowboy colors.
Right?
So
Gotcha. Okay. Sounds like a plan. So again, to do this is going to take 3 or 4 days of hammering it out, manufacturing it, getting the symbol that you desire installed onto the chest area of it in just such a manner as you desire. But 600 gold, and you have a deal. Half now, half upon delivery.
how about also a sling, perhaps, and some bullets?
So they handle armor, but if you go to a weaponer, I'm sure that they have the weapons that you see.
Oh, okay. Well, here's 600 gold, sir, up front.
Okay,
The armor.
let
Hopefully,
me.
this will speedy the craftsman's.
You cannot rush quality, my friend.
Oh, this is true.
They're so gonna be moved the next day.
But here's your 600 gold, and if I happen to die, allow my
you-
companion here, and
you're with me.
my
I'll make
various,
sure.
allow him to take ownership.
Okay. So, Arthur, what is it that you wish to do whilst Zadkiel and Varys are traipsing about the city, spending every dime they've got?
Mhm. Well, my
Nothing
companions
funny.
are spending their newfound fortune on things like armor, which are very useful for our adventures going forward, and healing potions. I am going to spend some time looking for those students of Arctis, and if he had, I don't know if he had a family or if he had
That you don't
like
know, but all you know is that he did have
right,
a school,
right.
and
I
you know where the school is at.
Right, what I'm saying when I say I don't know if he had a family is I want to look in to see if he did have one. I'm going to talk to
Okay.
people. I'm just going to start talking to people who knew him because I remember he was local at one of the bars, and just kind of get a sense of like you know who it would be best to give these items to based on his relationships.
Right.
Maybe he had one particular protege that he it should go to, or maybe he had a wife that I don't know about.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. So, first of all, working your way through the town, you kind of have only been here once before, so it takes you a little while, but you do eventually manage to find the Arctis Academy. And again, as you arrive, the shop is still closed up. It's dark on the inside. Does not appear to be anybody there.
Okay. I mean, I imagine all that's locked, and I'm not going to resort to breaking and entering until I have to, or maybe I'll go to the guards later. My initial plan was to kind of go to the because we had information before we left. I know this was very many sessions ago, so I don't remember the name of the bar as a player, but that he had gone there looking for people and that he drank there on occasion. Like, we knew he was a regular.
Right.
So I was going to go there and like ask the bartender, ask around if anyone knew his family if he had one.
Yeah. So at the bar, I believe it was one of the Griffins. I have to go back in my notes and see. I had a couple different Griffin locations and stuff, but I'm not going to worry about it right now.
What is the
Actually, let's see.
Beatles?
No, so it's kind of funny. Everybody knows I got my new toy thanks to Cannibal Troy
Yeah.
and his generous donation, and so I have on my stream deck. I have added a shout out capability, and so it'll give me a list of people that are currently viewing the stream, and I can do shout outs. Like, let's do a shout out to Monkey Boogers, right? And it actually shows their logo and their Twitch location, and it gives a little thing in chat says go check them out, whatever. If they were streaming anything recently, it'll show. Yeah, it's a bar. Everybody knows your name. It'll actually, like Monkey Boogers, it says the last he was streaming Heroes and Generals, right? That's the last time it was showing him streaming and stuff. So I just saw some of my friends out in chat. I said I want to do some shout outs, and so I just hit that, and it throws up their logo and their Twitch stream location and stuff. So I was just playing around. Um, so so the Griffin, again, I apologize, but I'm trying to look and see if I had the.
Map.
I take it back. The Dragon's Affair was the location that you went into. I thought it was a Griffin, but it's Dragon. The Dragon's Affair is the bar that you went into, and it had like a dragon's head above the bar. Whatnot, not dragon's head, but like dragon scales and stuff around the back of the bar and whatnot. And that was the location where you found that Arctis used to spend a lot of his activity. And as you walk up, and the bartender, he sort of looks and says, "Hey, I know you. You've been here before."
Yes, I am an old friend of Arctis, and I was asking around,
The
to
old
see if they
mage.
were. Yes,
He's
the old
off
mage.
on a quest. He went off on a quest.
Unfortunately, I think he's not going to be returning from anytime soon.
Ah? The heck you say?
Yes.
What happened?
He was an old friend of mine, so I went to go see if I could find where he had gone off to, and unfortunately, I found him dead.
Oh,
I have some small belongings, just
these
trinkets.
kids
maybe.
are gonna be
Yeah.
pretty upset.
Yes,
There's- as he
Children
sort of
or students?
no students. He had no kids that I know of. If you go over there and you can see Landison, the young lad sitting over there at the table with the young lady, and as you sort of look over, you can see there's I call him young, but he's a man, probably mid 20s, relatively clean cut, just a little bit of a shock, sort of unkempt hair, um, brownish in color. He's wearing just plain robes, but he appears to have some arcane, threading on it that maybe most people wouldn't pick out, but somebody of the wizardly persuasion would immediately sort of pick out. And he's sitting with another girl, or a girl roughly his own age, probably mid 20s or early 20s at worst. She too has brown hair, and it just sort of hangs free, but she has it sort of pulled to the side, hanging down her front, right? So she's got the pull around the back, and it hangs down probably slightly below her chest area. She too is wearing just sort of plain clothes, not really the arcane type it doesn't look like, but they're sort of laughing and talking to one another, and it's obvious that she's rather infatuated with him.
What did the barkeep say his name was?
Landison.
Landison.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just kind of nod at the barkeep and slide him a couple silver and just say,
Much obliged, sir. Come back
Yeah,
anytime.
thank you for letting me know. I appreciate it. And I'm gonna make my way over to Landison.
Okay. As you approach, he sort of looks up and then sees you coming, and then kind of looks away and goes back to the girl. And as you approach a little closer, he stops talking to her, and she sort of looks up, and she kind of like rolls her eyes and looks like, okay, what's this dude want?
I am. Oh, sorry. I thought you.
Nope. He just turns his head up and looks and sort of he goes, "May you help? Or may I help you?"
I heard from the barkeep that you were a friend of my friend Octus. Yes. One of his students?
Master Archness is my master in tutelage. Yes.
Are you his only student, or did he have others here?
No, we have a small group of us who study beneath him, but I am the senior.
Then it is good that I have found you. Octus was an old friend of mine. In fact, we studied magic together in Greyhawk.
Oh, I see.
Yes, my name is Arthur C. Durant at your service. I'm just gonna kind of take my hat off,
He's
just
like,
kind of,
I have heard your name. Please, sir, join us. I have heard tales of you. In fact, he had me write a letter drafted to you. Did you get it? Is this why you're here? Please come sit.
Yes,
As he
that
sort of
is,
slides over. He will be so happy to see you when he gets back.
unfortunately, and I'm gonna signal the barkeep that looks like I'm gonna need a drink. And I'm gonna say, unfortunately, I did manage to find Octus out in
Oh,
the,
is he back? And he starts looking around, wondering where he may be.
I'm kind of looking at him with kind of a sad expression on my face. I'm just like,
He's
unfortunately, I
What
do
is
not
the
believe
matter?
Octus will be returning to the school.
Is he gone somewhere? Is
He is passed on.
passed on like over the mountains? He's always wanted to go see Zeif.
To
You can tell that he knows what you're saying. He just doesn't want to say it. But you get that. Yeah, dude, you know what I'm talking about. Quit playing stupid. You know what I mean?
yeah, I'm just gonna. I do not think he is going to be returning. I have his signet ring. And a few of
about
his...
then you can just see his face just sort of gets red, and his nose gets sort of a bright red, and the tears are welling in his eyes. He goes, "This cannot be. How did it happen? Did you see it?"
I was not there when it happened. I'm afraid my companions and we arrived too late, and he was already dead. He managed to find what he was looking for. Completed his quest in that regard.
So he was correct. He was right.
He was correct, yes.
Can you give me the directions to it? I must go see this myself.
I would be happy to take you there myself, actually, if you want to go. If we want to gather the rest of the students, perhaps we could prepare a service for him as well, because he has passed on from this world, and
Yes, yes, I believe this
It
would
would
be
be a
best.
good closure. It would be a good closure for everyone.
This would
Yes.
be a, this would be a yes, I believe so. Yes,
Right.
as he sort of sobs into his drink, and the girl reaches out, and she's like, "Landison, I'm so sorry.
If
He was very fond of Landison. Put him in charge of everything whenever he went anywhere.
it is good to hear that he has left behind a legacy of students that he has, well, had such a good impact on. I'm glad to hear it. But tonight I intend to celebrate and mourn, and then perhaps tomorrow we can go to gather the others and
Okay,
visit him one last time.
I would like that. I would like.
How many students are
We
there?
have eight ranging from ages 12 to myself of 26.
Why don't you help me go find? How about we go find them? We get them all together, and we have a night to remember him by. And I will buy you all food and drink.
That would be very much appreciated, good sir.
Let's get going then. You have to show me where they are. I do not know where they how to
Yes.
contact them. But
Yes, of course.
yes.
Yes, of course. And to you, Deglin, as Arthur has done that, has Deglin decided anything else that he wanted to do while the others were sort of making their way around town this morning?
Well, I was gonna go to that other temple where I bought those potions of healing last time,
Okay.
and just because they don't have a temple to Jaskar in this town, so
Correct. They have one. They do have one though to Moradin.
right. So I was gonna go to the Morden temple and just do my prayers, do some consulting with the other priests.
Right. Most of the
And,
priests here are obviously dwarven,
Right.
because Moradin is a dwarven deity. So he's the one that really aligns closely with Jeskar on the human side, being the whole mining and stuff like that, and forge and stuff like that. So
And I would also, purchase some of their potions of healing and also give a tithing to the church itself or to the
Okay.
temple.
how much are you giving to the temple?
10%.
Okay, that's 170.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Okay. All right. Unfortunately, they only have 3 potions of healing available for you at 30 gold apiece.
All right. So I'll buy them out, all 3.
Okay, so that's
90
90 gold. Yep. Yep. So that's a total of 260 gold spent.
Okay. I'm gonna take that off.
Okay.
And then I'd like to talk to them about just anything else we could do to, assist them since they helped us out.
Nope. So the dwarf head cleric, or at least the cleric who has been assigned to be your sort of patron of the temple, if you will. Bright red hair, younger dwarf, but still thick, bright red hair, pulled all the way back in a knot. That's braided all the way back. His beard has several different braids in it, each one knotted together with what look to be pieces of bone of some kind. The clothing that he wears, you can see that he wears some kind of a armor underneath his robes, but it's very seamless in looking, that it's all sort of flows together. I'm not really sure what you can do for us. The gold that you've given to the church is more than enough, I think. I just believe that you need to be out spreading the word, making sure that you knock heads and get them straightened up on the right path of life. But other than that, I don't think so. But it is much appreciated, any offering that you may want to give us. And trust me when I say, if the need ever arises, you should be one of the first that I'm going to be calling.
I appreciate that, and we would definitely be willing to help you guys out in any way we can.
Well, I very much appreciate it, Mr. Deglin. Your patronage here in our church, though we may not see eye to eye on everything, it's good to know there's folk in the human sort like yous out there in the world. spreading the word, as they say.
I know.
Sure.
All right,
What-
with that, I'll just go back to the bar.
Okay, fair enough. Zadkiel, you and Varys managed to, make your coin. You travel through the markets and you're able to find a sling, and the sling itself comes with the 12 bullets for whatever the player's manual says. Sling with bullets. I don't know if does it even have it in here? Let's see here. Sling. Bullets. Yeah, it doesn't. There we go. 15. Well, do you want sling and bullets? A dozen is. So the sling with 12 bullets is 15 silver pieces. But for another 10 silver pieces, you can buy 20 bullets. So it depends. Do you want to buy just the 12 with the sling, or do you want to buy additional bullets to go with it?
What is it? It's 20 silver for 1 gold, right?
No, it's 10.
10?
No, 20.
Okay.
Sorry, you're right. No, it's 20. It's 20 silver for a gold. So it'll be 25 silver total. So it'll be 1 gold and 5 silver to get a sling and 32 bullets.
Okay. Yeah, 32 bullets then.
So again,
And-
1 gold and 5 silver.
1 gold, 5 silver.
Yes,
And
sir.
while I'm doing that, 1 gold. So, and then I'm going to say, hey, give me 20 silver pieces for this gold piece.
Okay, and they they take your gold and they hand you back 20 silver.
Can I get 20 more silver for 1 more gold piece, please?
Okay. They give you another 20 for your second gold.
Thank you, sir. And I bite the silver piece to make sure it's real silver.
Oh yeah, it's real silver. So you
And I
now
look
have 40
Iris.
silver.
Pirates. I meant, sorry. I look at Varys and I say, I know it's never been done, but if silver can hurt a creature, maybe this coin can hurt a creature. And I show him and I put it in my sling and I go, whoop, 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 whoop.
I mean, you can try that. It'd probably be better to have some bullets made from the silver.
And that is it. And I'm going to tell him, well, I must depart for a few. I must find my local temple to
Okay.
donate the rest of my funds.
Yeah, I'm gonna go shop for some more sling bullets and see if I
Okay.
can buy some silver ones.
Yeah, I'll say that given the fact that you're willing to spend the coin, that you find where you can get basically 20 silvered bullets.
Okay, how much is that gonna cost me?
So the normal cost is 10 silver, but I'm going to say that it is 2 silver per bullet. So it's going to be 40 silver
Okay, for the
for
silver
the
ones.
yeah, for the silver ones. So it'd be 40
Alright.
silver for 20 bullets. So 2 gold for 40 bullets, or for 2 gold for 20 bullets.
Okay.
Hey, can somebody give me like a roundabout idea, just about how much gold they have right now? Like someone who I'm just checking something, make sure, just a quick sanity check.
I have 1,000.
I have about 9. Go ahead.
I had 1,900 before I spent a bunch.
Got it. Okay, yeah, that checks out. Okay, just making sure I'm not going crazy here.
Yep. Nope. Everybody had like 1,790 from the last.
Literally literally every under campaign, I'm basically broke at level, even at level like 7. So like I'm just
Yeah.
I'm just like it's just weird to me to be looking at my silver piece, like how many silver pieces I have, and just like, oh god.
And I'll get a nice new pair of boots too.
Okay. That'll cost you 1 silver piece for new boots. They have padded. They're padded soles, but they're not hard soles. They're like hard soled boots, but they're more like a thick padding. So they're
That's fine.
they seem to be quiet,
That's
just how you like them.
perfect.
All right. And so, as you guys finish up your shopping, gathering together, you are met with Arthur, who has almost a dozen children, for lack of a better term, as they range in age from a young teen to a man perhaps in his mid-20s. As you guys all gather in the tavern, and Arthur introduces Arctis's, his old comrade, his old school buddy, the body that you guys laid to rest at the mysterious tower. This is his entourage. This is his school, as they have gathered to pay homage to the wizard who has since passed into eternal life. And as you gather and the drinks begin to flow and the food begins to pile up on your plates, we're going to stop and take a break. Hopefully you guys have hung with us for this first half of the game. I do apologize as we sort of backtracked into last week's session, because I really felt like I just rushed through it and I didn't really like the taste it left in my mouth. So I wanted the party to have an opportunity to go ahead and go through the treasure, sort out through the treasure, cash the treasure in, and go about their shopping, and as Arthur's trying to do, have a little bit of closure for his friend Arctis before I just shove you guys into the next mission. So we're going to take our break right now. Like I said previously, or I've said it for those that have been around, you know that normally this is about a 15-minute sort of intermission. So right now it's 9:40 Eastern time. So we're going to be back at 5 minutes to the top of the hour. In the meantime, I hope that you all will enjoy the smooth sounds as provided by Monkey Boogers, our in-house DJ. Once again, don't forget, if you want, you can click that like button or click the follow button and follow us, and turn on notifications so that you guys can catch us every week. If you're willing to show some love, we're always willing. We're trying to get our subscriptions up. So if you're willing to subscribe, we definitely appreciate everybody that subscribed tonight. Is like, oh my God, I was blown away with all the subscriptions being given and people renewing their monthlies, man. I definitely appreciate that. But if you're not somebody that wants to do a renewal every month, that's totally fine. If you're generous enough and you wish to give us a Christmas gift, we have the tip jar. Just go to our main page, click the About tab, and you can go and see the tip jar that we got. Just click Tip Me, and lo and behold, it'll take you to our tip page. You can give a one-time donation, whether it's through PayPal or however payment you want to provide. We definitely appreciate that. In fact, because of a generous tipper, you can't see it because I don't have my camera on this one, but our stream deck that we're using tonight for the very first time on a stream was provided through the generous contributions of you guys. And so every dime we make goes right back into the stream. So next up, I'm hoping to get a high def cam or maybe a wave mic or something like that, or I'm not really sure yet, but we're definitely going to figure out. Maybe I'll use it to pay for a year subscription for Foundry, not Foundry, but the Forge. Instead of a month-to-month thing, just do a year payment and get it over with, because I really think we're going to hang out here. I'm kind of liking it. I know we're just getting into it, but hopefully it works out for everybody, because like I said, I kind of like it. So, like I said, we'll be back in about, I don't know, give or take 14 minutes. I hope you guys will stay with us as the party moves into the next phase or the next arc of their adventuring career. Once they finish up here in Vigilance, completing all of their tasks and sort of loose ends that they want to tie up. Then we'll get to figure out where we go next. And hopefully you'll stick with us to find out. So see you in a few.
See you guys in a few. Hey, DM.
Wizard.
Can you spell the Elder Apprentice's name for me?
Who? Landison? Landeson.
Got it. Just gonna put that in there. All right, thank you for that.
Yep.
All right, be right back.
Yep. Hope you guys will stay with us. Don't forget to check out Monkey Booger's channel, man. He's always out there gaming, doing something, man. Not to mention, these are the smooth sounds of Monkey Boogers that are provided right here. So go check out his stream, man. The dude's pretty badass. He's not a bad gamer either. We will be coming back shortly. Just counting down the seconds. Feel the energy and the excitement. Just it's palpable. It's like flowing across the interwebs.
Now I have a Christmas item from one wood that I ordered, and it looks like someone at UPS either damaged it or stole it
What?
because they filed a damage report saying the box was empty with no invoice. And I'm like, just great.
Hmm.
And I had it engraved and everything.
What happened?
So I guess I'm not getting that
There we are.
anytime soon.
Oh, that sucks. But we're back. We are back with a vengeance. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Parallel Adventures 21 Shots, episode 20, as our party continues to wrap up the mysterious tower as they are now hanging out in the city of Vigilance in the Marsh Abyssal, where they are engaged in a little bit of revelry, I guess, for lack of a better term, in the Dragon's Affair, a large tavern inn in town. Most notable for Arthur's former schoolmate, the now deceased Arctis of Vigilance. Having brought back Arctis's worldly belongings and delivered them back to Landison, the senior apprentice who was working under Arctis all this time, along with a small contingent of students who were fledgling apprentices, now probably having to seek masters elsewhere. But he has gathered them all within the dining hall, set up several tables so that the party and the children, I call them children, but some of them are, teenagers, young adults, if you will, as Arthur is throwing a small feast for the crowd. Arthur, it's going to cost you a total on the evening for food and drink for everybody, 20 gold.
All right, no problem.
So the tavern owner, the inn owner, is much appreciated that you are able to cough up such an extravagant amount of coin.
That is effectively 400 silver. Yes.
Yes, that is effectively
Okay.
400 silver.
Just making sure.
Yes. Wait. 1 gold, 20 silver.
20 gold, 400 silver.
Yes. Gotcha.
Cool.
Wanna
Just
make
making sure.
Yep. Okay. Math is hard, man. Math is hard. And so you guys spend the waning hours of the day engaged in righteous activity as you hear all these stories of Arctis and his eccentric ways and his forgetfulness, as even though he was about the same age as you, Arthur, he apparently had some incidents where he was just a little bit bumbling, and most people attributed it due to the fact that he was so intent on finding this lost tower that to the detriment of everything else, he would just literally forget everything. But apparently he found what he was looking for. And so you guys throw the party of all parties. As the bards sing tales, as the students tell stories, you guys enjoy one final meal before the children are able to depart under the watchful eye of Landison, the senior apprentice, as he profusely thanks you.
I just want to make sure we are still on for tomorrow to take the others to the tower to
Yes.
give him a proper send off, just have
Yes.
a little bit of a service.
Yes,
All
of
right.
course. Of course.
Good.
Yeah, me and Zankiel have work being done in town, so we'll have to stay a couple days. So going back to the tower. Shouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
I am glad you guys are able to come. This is going to be is going to be much better for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
So
getting a bit of
Deglin,
filth made.
Deglin,
and,
you leveled this adventure, right? You leveled because
Yes,
of
I
this
did.
adventure. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Could somebody tell me, by the way, with the plus 10%, what EXP we're supposed to be at? Because frankly, I've lost track. I could do the math, but
18,980 is what I had everybody at.
well,
980.
yeah, I don't have that much, but then you know,
Everybody should have been the same. So when I looked at Deglin's and I added it all up, I think everybody should be at 18,980. So if you're not there, that's where you
Okay.
should be.
980. Okay.
So let's just go from there as a starting point. That's if you're off by a couple hundred, it's not a big deal, I don't think.
Yeah, it was like 500.
Yeah, and you had
something
my
like
hit points off by 10. I had 41. You had 31 down there.
I just went by whatever you had out on Astral, man.
Oh, okay, okay.
So it's not my fault you guys don't keep your character sheets up to date where they need to be. But that's okay.
It's my fault.
Yes, it always is. It always is. It's always the child's fault, never the parent.
Well, I'm keeping a PDF of my
Yeah.
stuff too.
Yep, perfect. Cool. So, that being said, Deglin, you begin your training to bring yourself up to level 5, while Arthur and the students, along with a small hired contingent of bodyguards, lead you back through the woods to the mysterious tower. Zadkiel, you and Ivar and Varus spend the next few days just enjoying town as everybody works to sort of complete whatever they need to complete before moving on. A week passes and everything has been completed. Arthur, you and the students managed to give Arctis a proper send-off and burial.
and I just wanna say-
Overlooking the tower, because he would want nothing more than to be at that location.
there are. I just want to make sure that we find like some of the rubble of the tower that's roughly headstone sized, and
Okay.
using a chisel that I have in my inventory and hammer.
Okay.
I just want to kind of like carve his name into that
Okay.
and place this above his grave, and
Perfect.
have each of the students, like who he's had an impact on and changed their lives, to
Right.
just carve their own mark or their own name or whatever they want to.
Yeah, he was
carve on
he
there.
was old and he was silly and he made funny faces sometimes, but
He was indeed. You can tell he was well liked by his students. He wasn't mean like some other wizards may seem to their apprentices and stuff. He appeared to take care of them. Even when other wizards are saying you should never take more than one apprentice at a time, he would take in small groups of them, and at the very least would get them started on their path, even if they went on later to take tutelage under, whether it's one of the academies or an individual wizard looking for an apprentice to beat upon. He would set them up for at least success with the smallest of spells and the smallest of tutelage. But as I said, he was well liked.
And as my own sort of a way to honor my old friend, I want to offer his students the opportunity, if they are willing to travel, that I am willing to teach them everything that I can.
Most of the students have elected to remain in town and probably go to the academy or stay with Landison in order to decide what they want to do later, but at the very least, study with Landison, and because he's becoming a fledgling magic user on his own.
Would you say he's a first level magic user?
Yeah, he's probably right at that first level.
Well, considering we're starting to hit 5th level, if you would allow it, I would really like to offer him the a position in our group as my henchman, paying a few hundred gold every month,
No,
and no, okay,
no, he's looking to carry on the work of Arctis. None of these kids here have any desire, it seems, to leave
Gotcha.
the area.
damn, I thought I was gonna have my own
Nice
nomadic
try.
wizard school. Oh well,
Nice try.
had to try.
Oh no, absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
So
Can I walk
About it
up
for me
to
then.
them and use my charisma to entice them?
I suppose you might be able to try. I don't know.
Are you trying to solicit children?
I think that's what I heard, but I didn't want to say it out loud because this is the internet, and the internet's forever. So
No,
not
I'm just
sure.
saying in this time period, child labor is okay.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
Yeah, I
They're
was
not
kind of
children. They're
Yeah.
young. They're henchmen.
yeah. My intention here was to kind of start up like a sort of my job requires me to move around, but having a sort of mobile wizard school, I'll pay for the cost of all of the kids. They're not going to come into dungeons or anything. They're just going to stay in town.
Mhm.
I teach them in our spare time. I pay for their room and board and clothing and shit. And it's Arthur's Traveling Wizards Academy. And Deglin specifically, because he is a first level and is looking for more experience, probably, so he could start leveling up, would be the only one I would be interested in is taking on as a henchman, who probably won't see a lot of combat, but could definitely prove of use as a first level magic user.
Pretty sure you didn't mean Deglin, but you meant Landison. But
Yes, I meant Landison. I apologize. We've said Deglin so many times tonight that it's just keeps.
Maybe Deglin
Yeah.
wants it to multi-class
Landis-
into
Multi-class, yeah.
Yeah,
or
no.
dual class. I should say
that's up
dual
to you, man.
class.
Yeah.
Dual class.
But Landison, no, that's what I'm trying to get at here.
Yeah.
If you just want to veto that, that's fine.
No, it's
And I was just trying to apply the
Yeah.
10 henchmen plus 40
Yeah.
loyal base stuff. That
Yeah,
Under-
I was trying to. Yeah, I was trying to apply my stuff too. I was even gonna say like if there's percentage chances, I'm willing to raise the gold price if I have to and try to raise that percentage. But it sounds like it's more of it's not this kind of campaign, so
Yeah.
that's fine.
Sorry.
All
But
good.
I will not say that it won't happen. I'm just saying right now it's not happening. So that was
Yep.
actually a very, very good idea, I think.
No, that's fine. Next level's when I can start getting second level henchmen. So
Yeah. So there you go. All right. So then, as you guys sort of wind down your time trying to determine where you're going to go next, eventually staying in the town just sort of becomes boring for you, for lack of a better term, because you've seen the sights, you've done the marketplace thing. Varys, you now have a nicely crafted bearskin cloak that you can
Nice.
wear that will keep you warm in the chilly winter breezes, although it doesn't provide the protection that the +1 magical cloak does. It
I'll
does-
just wear it over it.
yeah. Zadkiel, you now have a bright, shiny new set of plate armor that has an immaculately detailed symbol to St. Cuthbert embossed right into the center of the chest plate. Nothing on the codpiece though. The codpiece is just plain, so there's nothing to draw the eye to the codpiece, but there's definitely enough to draw the eye to the chest plate.
Well,
But
I
you have-
wanted to say that I didn't get a chance to. I don't think I said it, but then we took a break. But I don't know.
Okay, or maybe I missed it.
Well, I was gonna. Well, since we're already fast forward to the armor being ready, I'm gonna go ahead and donate my armor that I had worn
Okay,
to the church for any page boy or whoever's going
Oh.
to.
nice.
And I'm gonna give them 1,000 gold
Okay,
toward the church
okay. Wow.
and let them know that faith costs money too.
Yes. Yes, it
And,
does. And this
I
will
hope-
bring a lot of faith.
I say, basically, So I'm in not need of anything as of yet, but perhaps maybe later you may count your blessings on me for any ailments I may have that I may not remedy myself in the future.
Okay.
And um, I want to ask them if they happen to have any um, holy water to spare.
Oh, absolutely. And they give you. Well, let's roll because I'm in the rolling mood because I really want to get in the habit of doing that in my new toy here. So you get 10 vials of holy water.
And I say, bless you,
Gesundheit.
and do the St. Cuthbert secret handshake or what have you, and
Okay. All
we
right.
walk backwards out of the church.
All right. Sounds like a plan. As a plate armored moonwalking individual meets you guys in the streets. So as I said, as you guys finish up your time in this town over the next few days, a week, or however long it takes, that little itch under your skin tells you that it's time to get on and move on to greener pastures, trying to find, what to do next. And over the course of the next few months, you find yourselves slowly moving your way east. Eventually, you manage to catch a vessel out of the western lands, heading south into the southern oceans. As you arrive into the sea, carrying you farther and farther to the east, eventually depositing you in the country of Nyrond. Nyrond is a large, sprawling, open plains, rolling hills territory far on the eastern edges of the Flannis. And you guys find yourself in this small town known as Dark Shelf. As you arrive, or as you are arriving, the sailors aboard your ship, the Whispering Pegasus, tell you that Dark Shelf is known for its limestone quarries. And in fact, over the past few years, the trade coming out of this small town has become booming as their original sources in the mines dwindled. They dug deeper into the hills and discovered the limestone deposits, and even some quartz, and some say there's small veins of gold that have even been discovered in these mines. And as such, the community has begun to spread up and outward, sort of drawing in more and more commerce as the nature and the quality of the veins of limestone and quartz have been found out. So you guys, again, as I said, find yourself in this small town of Dark Shelf on the very, very edge of Nyrond. And I probably should have brought in a map to kind of show you guys where you are, but I will make sure that I have one for next session. But Nyrond itself lies on the western border of I should say Dark Shelf. I'm pulling up a map right now just so I don't sort of misspeak, because I want to make sure that at least I have the map available, even if nobody else can see it. The DM needs to be able to see it. So it lies, like I said, right on the western side of Nyrond. To the north are hills, and on the other side of the hills is what's called the Gnat Marsh. And the Gnat Marsh is this huge, sprawling expanse of marshes called the Gnat Marsh for a reason I'm sure you can guess. You sit right on the Sea of Granat, and the Sea of Granat leads up to Woolly Bay, and Woolly Bay leads up to the free city of Greyhawk, and of course the wild coast along Woolly Bay as well. So you guys are actually, if you were to get on a boat and go directly across the sound a couple of 100 miles, you would land smack dab on the Pomarge, the land of incivility of the humanoid tribes that have been pushed out of the hills, and they are now sort of congregated, forming their own large communities in this little spot of wasteland that is known for its death and destruction, for its slave trade, for all of the things that are bad with humanity seem to congregate in this one little nexus of the Flannis. And so you guys, however, are fortunate not to be on that side of the Sea of Granat. You guys are on this side of that, and so you are in the more civilized region. Like I said, on the western fringes of the country of Nyrond, in this small town called Dark Shelf. And as you arrive, you disembark, and you can see that the harbor master is welcoming the ships as they arrive. Each representative from the harbor master's office walking up and down the docks, taking the papers and verifying ships' manifests and verifying their cargo. You can see that there is a huge series of warehouses off to one side, and you can see large crane-like objects sort of lifting these huge rocks and just lowering them into the holds as the limestone and quartz and whatever else is being mined and shipped away, is being loaded onto these vessels, even as offloading of things like spices and cloths and other sundry items that might be used in a commercial society for stocking the shelves of the local stores and whatnot. So all of this is sort of going on around you as you guys step off onto the docks. Looking around, you can see that there is.
What? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yep.
What point are we in? I'm
It's-
looking at Anna's interactive
Oh,
map.
it's called Dark Shelf. It's called Dark Shelf, and if you look on the right at the base of the Bright Desert where it meets
Yep.
the Natmarsh, there's a small
Found it.
town called Dark
Yep.
Shelf. Yep.
Yep, found it.
So that is
Thanks.
where you guys are. You are very welcome. And so, as I said, I will get a map of that posted as I'm going to create a splash page for this game, which I forgot to do this time. I was more worried about doing this forest thing so you guys could sort of learn about the tool and how it works. So you guys find yourself on the docks of Dark Shelf, looking into the town proper. There's no gates in the town, but there is a wall going all around the town. The town itself probably holds, I don't know, several hundred people at most. It's not super huge, but it is very bustling and very busy. Sort of a commercial way station in the land, if you will. Sort of where goods and services can come in and out of this area or this part of Nyrond. More than likely, it's more export than it is import, but the exports pay for the imports, so those imported goods and whatnot are able to help the town sustain its daily life. As you enter into the town itself, it's extremely bustling and busy. As I said, the dock workers just sort of moving up and down, going from one cargo vessel to the next. You can see that immediately past the docks, the first thing in town that you come to is a large open market square. There is a statue of some sort of a god dedicated to water, but you can also see that there are other robed figures walking around as they're preaching the various deities, including Saint Cuthbert that you recognize. Nothing of Juskar that you can see. However, you can tell that there is dwarf influence here, as there are dwarven priests dedicated to mining as well as to the forge and the gods of war and whatnot. So there's a very, very robust atmosphere, religious atmosphere, just in the marketplace as you guys sort of walk into town. Obviously, you can see the other goods and service stores and shops and whatnot are out there selling their wares, whether they be clothiers, whether they be haberdashers, shoe guys. All manner of goods and services are available in a very short, compact space. As the buildings are mostly up to three stories high, but this seems like the first floor are all stores and shops, with the upper floors being more apartment-like complexes. Does not seem to be very many wealthy folks that live in this area, unless they own maybe the entire building or something like that, because there's no real single family homes, if you will. It's more apartment stacked on top of one another, and everything built around the port itself. As you move away from the port, it gets a little bit less crazy, but nonetheless compact, crowded, and people living on top of one another. As you even see large strings of rope strung between buildings as people hang their clothing out to dry high above everybody's head. But as you walk, the wetness sometimes drips down on you, leaving a little bit of a wetness on the cobblestone woods or cobblestone walks that you guys are sort of finding yourselves walk on through this town. Is very busy and very bustling for such a small community. What seems to be a compact community, but like I said, as you get away from the nexus of town, which is obviously the port, it tends to sort of taper off slightly, and you can see that here and there are taverns open, and you can see the awnings hanging out with mugs of ale clanking together, or perhaps a buxom maid sort of standing there, ready to take service or whatever, as on the awning, as painted on the awning. You see several different, taverns, as well as one or two places that may offer a place to stay as you sort of, again, meander your way through town. So, what do we wish to do now that we have arrived in the fair town of Dark Shelf?
Look for a tavern or something. See if we can hear some rumors or find out if there's anything that needs adventures. More gold is always good by me.
And I mentioned to Degland, strange that your god was not represented there in those fixtures.
It's not uncommon. He's not for everyone. But the dwarves know well of him, and that's good for me.
Dwarves, you say? And I look around to see if there are any dwarves in town.
Absolutely. You see that there is a fairly decent contingent of dwarves that sort of are around. Especially, you can tell that they're the mining types because they've got that look, less warrior and more like hands-on sort of working man type of individuals. Again, it's a very good mix of humans mostly, but there is a sizable contingent of dwarf. Almost no elves. In fact, Varys sort of catches a couple of eyes from dwarves as they walk by, and they sort of give them the little snooty nose up as they walk by, not really appreciating the fact that there's an elf spoiling their view for the day. But there are a couple of taverns that you walk by, including one known as Rary's Demise, another one called the Hidden Dart. You find that there is actually two inns in town. One of them is the Unicorn Horn, and the other one is Griffin by Night. And so you sort of, there are several taverns to choose from, but the sleeping accommodations seem to be a little bit more sparse. So,
Well, I could try going to the local temple and seeing if they could recommend something, or just stop one of the dwarfs in the street and ask
Sure.
a dwarven.
Sure. As they stop and they're sort of surprised that you speak Dwarven, as they speak back and go, "Oh, if you want to stay, Griffin by Night is by far the best. You don't want to go to the Unicorn. The Unicorn is all uppity, fancy for all like the. If you want to spend a lot of coin, let's just put it that way, you don't want to be staying at the Unicorn. You know what I mean? Because I think they prorate their charges based on what you look like, and if there's a large group of you look like you got coin, you're going to be spending most of it."
Thank you very much, my friend.
Oh,
Come by and have a
absolutely.
drink.
What? Well,
Okay,
let's
come-
go. We can go there right now. You're talking my language.
Outstanding. So
All
I
right.
tell the rest of the command that they're recommending we go to this other inn where they have beds, and we're gonna have some drinks, and they can tell us a little bit about the area.
All right.
So they take you down the street slightly, and again, they back the way they had come from, right? As you guys are working through, and you saw these inns that were available. They're not right next to each other, but they're not really that far, maybe a block and a half apart. But the
Quick
one that
question:
answered.
Is our horses with us?
Yes, I will say that you brought your horses with you because they can travel, and I have no doubt that you guys would rather travel on horseback than walk everywhere that you were going to go. So I'm going to say
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
I'm
Great.
going to say yeah. Yep. And so it's been about 5 months now since you guys um, last adventured or last encountered whatever it was you were doing back at the mysterious tower. So that's about how long it's been. It's been about between 5 and 6 months. And you find yourself in Dark Shelf walking into a tavern known as Griffin by Night. And outside, the awning is simply painted. It says Griffin by Night on it, but it's simply painted with a picture of a griffin, right? Which are very um, in the desert regions to the north. Griffins are fairly common, and in fact, they're from what you guys have heard from the past, there is actually a contingent of griffin riding warriors. There's like an army brigade or battalion that is sort of the southern outpost for the region of Greyhawk. They actually have a contingent of griffin riding soldiers that live on the northern reaches of the Bright Desert because that's where the mountains are and whatnot. So it's stand to reason that griffins are well known around here, and they've probably been seen more often than not. And so this place has all that look and feel of it as you walk in. You can see that it's your typical bar with across the way is the bartender sort of doing his thing. A couple bartender girls serving up the clientele, which is rather sparse for this time of day, but it is sort of early in the day that you guys arrive. That's before midday meal. Um, but these dwarves are telling that, "Aye, we just got off our shift, and now we're ready to get us our drink on, courtesy of this man here. And your name is? I did not catch you, follower of Jaskar."
Deglin.
Deglin. Ha! This is a close name, Deglin. I be Durgan Delhammer. Pleasure to meet you. As he reaches his hand up and grips it, and you can feel the soot and the grime on his hand as somebody who has probably been working all night or at least all day on the early shift. As they find you guys a table and the rounds of drink begin to get served up. It's going to be one silver piece for the lot of you guys for the drinks, right? So it's not the best ale you've ever had, but it is ale. But the cost of the five of you to have an ale is going to be one silver piece.
So I flip a gold out and just say, keep them coming.
Oh, this man speaks dwarf like no human I've ever met before. As they all begin to start. So, what's bringing you to our fair town? Hey, man, thanks, Obsidian.
We're just traveling through, and this is on our way.
On your way.
We're adventuring, so we're just going anywhere.
Adventuring, are you? Interesting. You need to go talk to Neister then. Neister's been looking for some adventuring folk to do a little investigating for him, eh?
Okay, who's Neister?
My apologies. So, Neister Bedlin is basically the town lordship, the leader, the mayor, although he's not elected. He was the owner of the mine, but he's since taken on a more paper type of a duty, turning over to his foreman to actually run the day-to-day operations. You see, there's things that have been going on in around here that I'm sure that he's wanting someone to start sticking their nose into. Maybe some outsiders who aren't so invested in what's going on in the town,
what are these weird things that are going on?
Well, just I don't know specifics, but I will tell you. You do know what's across the water from us, eh?
Wild Coast or
Aye, the Wild Coast, and where the Wild Coast is, the slavers, the purple sails. You know they're going to be in and around the area. Well, apparently there was a discovery of a small little contingent split off group that was trying to start slaving right here on our own coast in Niron. Can you believe it? Right under the noses of our own authorities they was working. But fortunately, Neister sent some of his boys from the mine and the foreman and his boys took out the mine or took out the slavers, freed all the slaves. This was probably, I don't know, 2, 3 weeks ago.
really?
But I'm sure that there's things that are going on that Neister is probably wanting looking into, and I know that he keeps things well. He doesn't like to spread the rumors. He doesn't like to rile up the folk in town, so to speak. He's a level-headed fellow, but I think he's a bit soft on action, so maybe he's trying to get someone that's willing to stick their nose in where maybe the nose don't need sticking. Ha! Ha! Hey, and he slams down his ale. Hey, he said keep 'em coming. Come on, James. Let's go. It's another round. As the drinks continue to flow. As the dwarves basically tell their story, much to what the sailors said to you guys about the fact that the town itself grew up on the mines, right? Originally, it was just a little small mining, doing different types of ore and whatnot, but the veins began to run dry, so it dwindled. But as they dug a little deeper, they found some very rich veins of limestone, and that really exploded the trade market. And as they went through the limestone, they found quartz as well. And rumor is, he doesn't say anything about it, but the sailors told you that the rumor was that there was gold that had been discovered, although just small trace amounts. The vast majority of their trade comes due to the fact that they've got limestone and quartz. So, but again, like you said, the concern was that a crew was discovered on this side of the Sea of Granite, and therefore obviously everybody's probably a little bit shook about it, because it was so close to town. And so now that Neister is having more of a managerial role or a mayoral role, he's obviously looking for those willing to stick their nose where noses don't need sticking, as the dwarf Durgan mentioned. So, how long have you been adventuring together, the lot of you?
Well, I don't know how long it's been. A year, maybe at the most.
Oh, and you're all still living. You must be good at what you do.
Not too shabby.
What about your 3 young lads with you there?
Is
They
he
with you?
referring?
He's referring to Arthur's
Yeah.
hirelings.
They are some of my they are hired help, but they have become I would call them friends. They've been with me since the beginning.
Since the beginning. Oh, so they've been with you a year then.
Yeah, something like that. Probably maybe a little longer. I do not know.
Oh, so you started with them and then you joined up with this lot.
Well, I have been traveling with a number of people over since I started my adventuring career. Frankly, I have not been keeping track of the days. I could not tell you how long it is. I had to do some math, and I'm going to save that for later. Yeah, they've been here for a while, and people have come, people have gone. We have lost friends and made new ones, and this is where we are now.
Well, I want to welcome you to Dark South. There's not much of adventure in here, at least that I'm aware of. But if you get farther east into Niron and on the other side to the Great Kingdom, there's all kinds of nasties there that could use some cleaning up, I can tell you.
They've
Been
got
there,
these.
done that.
They've got these creatures known as Death Knights that I swear could just look at a man and eat his soul where he stood. So if you're looking to put a challenge on any one of your blades, I reckon that's the place to go, eh? So whatever Neister's got for you, you finish up in a quick day or two. Catch yourselves the overland train all the way across to the Great Kingdom. Head yourselves to Raziz. I guarantee you'll find all the adventure you'll ever need. So,
By the way, who's the foreman at the quarry?
Basili. Aye, Basili is flaming, can't miss him, flaming haired dwarf. I ain't never seen nothing of the like. His hair is as red as, well, as orange as red as can be. With a matching beard to boot. You can't miss him, the loudest mouth in town, too.
Yeah, is he as congenial as you are?
No, he's a little bit of a sourpuss, but he gets the job done. Under his rulership of the mines, or I should say, under his stewardship of the mines, ever since they turned the titles over to him, he's quadrupled the output I hear. Has never seen the like. It's crazy how much that him and his dwarven group get made done.
Is it just dwarves or are there humans? too?
Nah, mostly there's a mix of human and dwarf that work during the first two shifts, but third shift is strictly the dwarves that are the hand-picked men of Basili.
So, that's interesting.
He picks the best of the lot. I'm telling you, that night crew is putting out like the output you'd never believe. It's simply crazy how much output. You would never think that small group of individuals could do that much mining, but they're hard ass workers. I've seen them myself. So anyway, it's time for me to go see the missus. If she knows I came here drinking without her, I would not have more of a missus left, I'm telling you. So if ever you want to spend your coin on a much appreciative dwarf, I'm your guy.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Most welcome. As he and his friends get up and they depart. Whew. I need to find a way to do the voice without killing myself. So, as you guys find yourselves sort of alone, for lack of a better term, although there is a small crowd in here of folks, it is still roughly a little after midday. You guys have been fed, you've had your drink, spent a little coin. This place also offers room and board should you desire to sleep here at a cost of 1 gold piece per night.
Do you guys think this is a good place to stay?
Does
or-
the 1 gold piece per night, what does that include?
That includes a bed, a footlocker, and a meal.
What about a hot bath?
No hot baths.
Okay.
Although they do have wash tubs that you can wash in, they don't have hot. But if you have a way to heat the water, you can heat the water in the tub yourself and then have a hot bath that way.
I cast Fireball on the tub.
I was thinking the same thing. Hey, get in there, Varys. Let me heat this up for you.
If I survive, I'm coming after you. Backstab and fun, fun
Gonna have
people,
hell
baby.
soup.
Yep, exactly. They say if you're sitting in the water when you heat it up, you don't even notice it.
Right.
Slow heat.
That only applies when it's slow.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Fireball.
It's not slow.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Okay. Well, do we want to consider staying here at least a night to
Yeah,
start with?
We should probably stay here, and if we get up with fleas, we can always check out the other place.
Right. All right.
Yeah, I'm fine to stay the night here if that's what we're doing.
Yeah, we can maybe talk with this mayor person, whatever, about their problems?
Hey, I didn't see it until just now, but Cardman dropped a natural 20 in chat for everybody. Cardman, I apologize. I did not see that.
Well, actually, it was to me, but yeah.
Was it? I just want to see.
Yeah, I didn't
Yep,
want
for
to say
Zadkia.
anything. You're
No.
in the middle of a discussion, so I didn't want to.
Gotcha. Yep, I saw it. That's fine. All right, so make sure you note that. By the way, Deglin still has the nat 20.
Yep.
So Deglin.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying Zeglin and Zadkiel.
Okay. Yeah, well, I guess the nice thing about not having a mobile wizard school is that I'm not going to pay like a few hundred silver here. I'm just going to pay 80
Yeah, exactly.
for me and the three amigos.
All right. So everybody, make sure you deduct 1 gold
4
plus the 1 gold per hireling. And upstairs in the common area, you guys can see that there are several bunks laid out for you guys. They appear to be soft, well made, sturdy beds, soft blankets and pillows, a footlocker with a lock and key available for you should you want to store your gear in a footlocker. But you guys still have a whole afternoon to do whatever it is that you want to do.
Do we want to go see this nice store mayor guy?
Yes. Maybe.
Okay. So you guys are just going to pay for the rooms, and you're going to go ahead and
Yeah.
stow any gear or anything like that you guys are going to do, or just take all your gear with you, just for clarity's sake.
I don't think I'm gonna have much to store.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep my stuff on me.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
That's
just
fine.
going to take mine with me for now.
Okay. So you guys wander toward the other end of town. Again, as you get away, it gets less busy, a little less crowded, but it's still crowded nonetheless. But asking directions, you eventually find your way to his lordship's home. And his lordship's home is probably the only standalone building that you guys can see. There's a wall around the facility with a gate with 2 guards standing there. And as you approach, one of the guards steps up. They're wearing like splinted armor. It has the symbol of Nyrond on it, but there's also a homage to the town itself is mixed in with the Nyrond symbol. You step up, and the guard sort of steps, and he has a large pike in one hand, and you can see he has a sword on his hip. He has the helmet, the full regalia of a city guard. As he steps up, he goes, "You there? State your business. None shall come through without invitation."
Well, we were here to see Night Store, and we were
His lordship's
referred
very
by-
busy. His lordship's very busy. For what business are you seeking his audience?
We were advised that he may have some work for us.
And is that so? And what sort of work do you do, sir?
Well,
As he
as
sort
you
of
can see, we're
Looks around for
We're
each one of you.
quite. As you can see, we're quite powerful enough to be adventurers, and we can get things done.
Is that so? Well, I don't think adventurers are the type of folk that his lordship would be seeking help from.
Oh, well, pardon me. That's exactly what we heard he was looking for. So if that's not the case, we'll go about our business.
Thank you. Have a good day. As he sort of steps back, and his buddy sort of whispers something to him, and he's like, looks back at him. He goes, "Wait, you there. Stand fast, sir." As he turns and unlocks the gate, steps through, closes it behind him, and locks it, waddles his way back into the home. 10 minutes later or so, he comes back up. "Seems his lordship is seeking some such as yourselves. Follow me," as he unlocks the gate and leads you inside.
But so
Leading you into the home. Extravagant for this area that you guys find yourselves in, but it's nothing like really huge. It's a 2-story place. It's got a garden out front, surrounded by walls, protected by guards. You can see guards walking on the roof as well. So apparently there's access to the roof somewhere. Leading you into the large foyer, you can see a sweeping set of stairs going up each side to the main level. You are greeted inside by a manservant. He's wearing not like super finery clothes, but he's wearing nice clothes, almost like a suit and tie type of a look and feel, right, with a bow tie and a slight little tail. Is no gloves or anything. He nods to the soldier who departs. The guy himself is human. Has skin that's like sunburnt. You could tell he's been out in the sun a lot, spent a lot of time outside. Almost like a sailor, right? So he has that sailor look and feel, sort of that salty, sort of squinty at the eyes and stuff. As he nods slightly to you, he goes, "His Lordship Neister will be with you shortly. May I offer you some refreshment of some sort? Perhaps a pastry, perhaps a nice glass of wine, or perhaps a frothy ale?" As he looks at each of you.
I'm fine, but my friends, maybe?
Arthur is just gonna kind of wave his hand and acknowledge that he's fine.
Some water would be fine.
Water for you, sir? As he sort of bows to you. He seems to sort of, his eyes, Zadkiel, sort of stay on your breastplate for a second as he sort of lowers his eyes and bows slightly. And you, sir, follower of the faith, is there anything that I can do for you by way of refreshment?
Perhaps a nice suggestion of the town's pride and joy of drink.
Oh, very well then. As he comes back shortly, has a little platter, has a crystal glass with water, and as you grab a hold of it, Varys, you realize that it is frosty on the outside of the glass. And he hands Zadkiel a little snifter of some kind of alcohol, and you drink it, and it goes down smooth, and then there's this roaring fire. It's sort of like if you ever bitten into what's the word I'm looking for? Oh my gosh.
Jalapeno?
No, horseradish. A nice horseradish. As it goes in, and then all of a sudden it hits the back of your nose, and it comes out your nose, and it's like your nostrils go, wow! Right? As this alcohol sort of hits like that, right? It doesn't burn or anything like that, but it's just like your sinuses open up, and there's just like really like strong, kick to it as you drink it. The water itself is crystal clear, Varys, and it's cold in the glass, the crystal glass that he's given you.
All right.
You guys wait in the foyer for maybe 10 minutes before the butler, as we'll call him, leads you guys into the rear of the house. In the back of the house, you come to a small, secluded office, very well padded with a bookcase, not completely filled with books, but stacked fairly well with books. A huge oaken desk with a high back chair behind it. Several padded chairs are located about the room for people to sit on. There's also a little coffee table there between a lot of the chairs where you can sort of set your glasses and your drinks on. The Lord himself, as he is greeted, Neister Bedlin, as you sort of meet him, he's sort of a rotund fellow, but he's not like super fat, but he's just got like that sort of good beginning of a beer gut, and his face is sort of puffy and flushed red. Looks like somebody who doesn't exercise enough, and when he moves around a lot, he gets all huffy and puffy. So you can tell that from the sweat on his brow and the slight stain on his underarms, that he's been huffing and puffing and doing something probably quickly and something that he's not really used to. And just by a quick glance about the room, you could see that he was probably pushing chairs around and trying to get things set up to have guests of your caliber brought before him. He goes, please sit. Please sit. Thank you for coming. It is. And did you see my flyer? I had my flyers all about the town. Is that what brought you here?
No, actually, it was just one of your workers referenced that you might have some work for us.
Is that so? Well, however you got the word, I am very happy. I am Neister Bedlin. I am the Lord Mayor of this town. And you are? As he points to you, Zadkiel.
I am Zadkiel the Righteous.
And
At your
see,
service, sir.
and it is good to see a follower of the cudgel. We don't get many of your sort around here, mostly the dwarven community. And you, sir, you have the look of one who can cast the magic spells. Is this true or is this not true? Do I have the eye or what?
I want to believe he's pointing at Lando.
No. He's pointing.
What?
He's pointing at
I know.
Ivor. He's pointing at Ivor.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I can see. I have the eye. Yes, he goes. No, I am a swordsmith. I do my magic with my blade. He goes. Oh, well then perhaps you, the one with the floppy hat, are you the one that casting of the spells?
Yes, your second guess is correct.
And your name, sir?
My name is Arthur C. Laurent, at your service.
It is good to meet you. And you, sir, you have the look of a holy man. But a holy man with a hammer, indeed. It is a strange. And what pray tell brings you to these great parts of my city?
Well, we were just passing through, and we heard that you might have some work, so we decided to stop and check it out.
Aha! And do you have a name, good sir?
Name's Deglin. Priest of
Deglin.
Chestnut.
Deglin is very, very good to meet you, sir. And you, elf. We do not see elves around here. You should keep a hold of your ears, because there could be some half-orcs that come in town sometime that may want to take them as trophies. I'm just saying it because I don't agree with it, but there are some who do not appreciate the beauty and the mysticalness of the elf.
They will have a hard time taking my ears.
Those racist bastards.
I can tell. You are probably just the folks that I'm looking for. So, well, let us get down to business.
I am part of Varys, by the way.
Varys, yes, pleased to meet you. So, as I have said, I am Neister Bedland. Once the owner of the mines, I have since turned over the duties to my second in command, Bazili. There have
Yes,
been
I've heard.
things. I apologize. You have heard of Bazili?
Yes, one of your workers was nice enough to give us a little bit of information.
See, yes. So first of all, like I said, Neister, sort of this plump, middle-aged guy, graying hair, graying beard, etc. Dark eyes, maybe a little set too close together. Rosy cheeks and stuff. Like I said, huffing and puffing. Looks like he hasn't done work in a long time, but whatever he was recently doing has made him sweat. So our mines back in the day used to be okay. They put out a fair amount, enough, let us say, to build a small community around. But the mines began to dry up, and so even though they were drying up and we were losing money, we decided to invest a little more heavily in deeper gear, and we brought in some great crews of dwarves, and dwarves that know their stuff, and they dug deeper into the mines, and sure enough, we hit veins of limestone the likes of the world has never seen. I promise you, these are the richest veins of limestone you may ever find along any coast anywhere in the Flannis. And so our community began to grow, and our mines began to churn out these. And even as we were doing limestone, we managed to struck veins of quartz as well. And this has been our primary driver for all of our commerce. We export these goods and we import those goods necessary to help maintain our community, whatever that may be. I'm sure
that you saw the docks. If you went down to the docks and saw the ships unloading and loading of the gear, this is a non-stop 7 days a week, 300 some plus days out of the year. I guarantee you never see those boats stopping their loading and unloading. And so I was able to, as I said, take a more administrative role in running of these mines. Unfortunately, where there is success, there is going to bring a, what shall we say, unsavory element into the communities at large. And not too distant past, a little bit of unsavoriness from the wild coast seemed to make its way over to our shores. And we discovered that there was a band of slavers, probably working with the purple sails, that were staging raids and attacking folk on our nearby roads in and out of town. And so we put together a group of men and dwarves, and they struck at the heart of the evil, and we managed to take them down and were able to free all of the slaves that had been taken before they were able to be boarded on the vessels and taken across the bay. So, like I said, the results from the quarry have been good. But gentlemen, let me tell you, under no certain terms, there's such a thing as too good. Don't anybody ever let you let them tell you that nothing can be too good, because that is a falsehood if ever there was one. And the way these mines have been running, to me, it just seems too good to be true, because I've worked mines my whole life. I grew up in a mining family in the Eastern Nyrond. We came here to make our names known here, and I know mining, and this is something going on. The raid that took down the slavers. Slavers are smart. Those are the purple sails. They know the business of slaving. The way that our men was able to take them and take them down just seemed a little bit too easy for my take. So he starts kind of counting up. I'm sorry, go ahead, Declan.
I was gonna say, who ran that operation for you?
Oh, no, Basili.
That's the
Basili
second time I've heard his name.
Basili took his men and they raided the slavers, and they managed to disrupt their operation, take down the slavers, and free the slaves. And so as he's talking, I'm sorry.
Vasily is your quarry manager.
Aye, he's my quarry manager. The flaming red-haired dwarf, if ever you seen one. He's a loudmouth, and he talks angry, but he gets the job done, or so I thought. So he's kind of walking back and forth and kind of pacing, counting on his fingers. And then there's the dwarves that work in the quarry at night. But nobody ever sees them. That's the thing. We know the dwarves must be working there because the mines are putting out quadruple the output there was a year ago. Not just 1 or 2 full gens. I'm telling you, 4 times the output. But yet no one ever sees the dwarf crew at night. The third shift works the lates before the sun come up. No one ever seems to see those fellers, and yet they put out as much, if not more, quarry material than all of the other shifts. It's just something isn't right to me. And of course, all the attacks that was happening around Dark Shelf, but prior to the slavers being caught. Some say it was just the slavers, but I ain't so sure. Something is not right I'm sorry. Something just doesn't seem right to me. And I'm hoping if you're willing to take a look into it for me.
I'm trying to still identify exactly what you're asking us to do. Do you not trust Basili? Is that what this is?
So I don't know if I want to trust him, but I don't know if I should trust him. I sent a very trusted associate, Quan. Quan went to investigate in the quarry. Like I said, there's just something going on in that quarry that I just don't trust. But I'm afraid now if Basili is behind something at the quarry, which pray to the gods he's not, and I'm just an old fool overreacting. But if he's behind it and there's something going on at that quarry and they find out it's me, I think my and my family's lives could be in danger. So I'm looking for more the type to be a little sneaking or maybe be a little brazen, just not knowing it's from me, to investigate what's going on down there at the quarry. And as I said, I sent a trusted associate, Quan.
You heard back from him?
Uh, Quan went to go find out who been what attacking folk. Did have a couple of deaths, I should have added, in the recent past. A couple of folk had died during these attacks. But like I said, some folks think it was just the slavers at the time, but I still ain't so sure. But he brought me a few reports, but I have not heard from him in a while now. Well, frankly, I'm kind of worried.
What did his last report say?
His last report said that he was going to try to get into the mine and sort of mix it up with those that work in the night shift. But he, you can't miss him if he's a thin, wiry fellow with a bald head. He has a little tiny beard. He's got very, very small eyes. Very good with his hands and his feet, if you know what I mean.
How long ago was this report?
3 days, maybe.
Did he
Tell
say
you.
how he's going to get in?
And how frequent had his reports been before that?
Every day. Every day he would come and he would let me know something. And the last report was he was going to try to be getting in. He had not found much with the day crews and stuff, sort of mixing in, and he's very sneaky sort of fellow. But he said that he was going to try to get in with the night crews. Have not heard from him in 3 days now, so I don't know what's going on. But I'm getting kind of worried.
Did he say how he was going to get in?
No, he didn't.
So there's the main entrance to this quarry, I guess.
Hey.
Where is that at?
Well, if you just go outside and follow the road to town, that'll take you to the main quarry. Now, Quan did tell me, I must say, that he did find a ventilation shaft that he might be able to sneak in to get into the mines. And he also said something about there was a dock on one of the waterways leading to the main water as well. So I know we used to use that for offloading a lot of the sludge out into the bay. So perhaps there's a dock and an entrance in the back way that way. But
So is that right off? I don't have the map in front
yeah,
of me.
there. I don't have. Well, I lied. Let me do this. I can provide you at least some semblance of a map with which to. No, can I do this? Ta-da. So if you guys look, here is the road to Dark Shelf, as you can see.
I see a black map.
What? Oh, you kidding me?
I see it on the Twitch stream.
Oh,
but I
you know
don't
what?
see
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Hang on. I know what it is. I had to do this again. How did I do this? I have to turn off the
Fog of War.
fog
Yeah,
of war
or-
thing.
Yep.
Yep.
And or activate it.
Yep. Let's go to configure. Yeah, I activated it, and now you guys are all there, but now it's black. So
Yeah. Turn off the phone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm going to do there. And I want to go to here. Save changes. Ta-da! Now you guys should see it.
There you go.
Yeah.
See it? So here, you guys,
Why is it not? There we go. So here is the Dark Shelf Village. Here is where he said the ventilation shaft was. And down here, there is a dock area that leads into the underneath the quarry itself. And then there's, as you can see, there's these. This is a path here, as I'm following along. There's paths that lead to the guardhouse that sort of sits over the top of the quarry. There's a guardhouse up here, surrounded by a wall that leads over the top of the quarry. And then there's where the road that leads in, and then there's the path splits and sort of heads down to the area. So he sort of gives you that type of information.
Verbally, yeah. Okay. Huh. So basically, let's look into this, identify if there's any shenanigans going on,
Right.
and just let's talk price here.
So, it's fair enough. I tell you what, you find out what's really going on, put a stop to any trouble, find Quan if he's alive, I'm hoping. I'll pay you 500 gold from the city coffers.
Each?
No, I don't have that much to pay each. I can give you 500, 100 of gold apiece.
Specifically, just to check on your what is his name again?
Quan?
Quan. But I will say also, I'm sorry, I will say also, rumor has it, now I have not seen it myself, and I really don't believe him, but Basili says that they've got veins of gold that they've discovered down too that they're starting to dig into, and hopefully they're going to get a big score. If it's true and you find any of the mined gold down there, whatever you find, you can keep.
Okay. Gold or other things?
If it belongs to the mine, it belongs to the mine. If it don't belong to the mine, I see no reason why you should not be able to keep. So if we've dug up like limestone and quartz, etc., that would belong to the mine. However, I don't think there's any gold there. There's never been any gold around these parts that I've ever known. The mines themselves have never had gold. So I'm not sure I quite believe him right now. But if it's true and they do have gold that they've been mining down there and you find some, you're welcome to 100% of it.
And if it should be silver or some other precious metal?
Well, that's just metals, precious metal. I don't think limestone and quartz is my business. That's what I deal. So if you find any, I can't see it being too much. However, I'm not going to lie. If they did find a huge vein of gold and they're going to be digging out thousands of pounds of gold, no, I believe that we would have to discuss your take in the matter.
The mine still belongs to you. I understand.
Yes. So do we have ourselves a bargain?
Let me confer with my associates.
I take all the time you need as he sort of steps away to leave you guys to your own devices.
I don't know, guys. It seems kind of iffy on the, especially on the payment side. But just to find out,
very iffy.
It could be just an easy job.
Could be a lot more than an easy job.
It could be a lot more than easy
Well,
job. I
the
have no way
job
to
is,
know. But what we are being hired for is easy, and if we find something else along the way, then we can reevaluate our position.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds good.
If it's
Do
for
you
a righteous
wanna-
cause, I'm in.
How do we want to go into the mine? Just directly? Or,
Yeah,
Uh,
just a moment. I believe Zadkiel has something he wants to say. He's been trying to speak.
Oh, I guess I was not loud enough. I was just saying, if it's a righteous cause, I will be in.
well, all we're going off of is basically this mayor's ill feeling towards his boss man of the mine, the quarry, I guess. Maybe we should meet this boss man up front and personal and see what we think of him.
I mean,
What was his name?
Basili.
Basili.
I mean, I'm sure you will have the opportunity, but I mean, let's just I say we take the job and we just find the
I'm
guy.
going to
that
post
he's,
his name in the stream chats for anybody who wants to see it. So
So anybody haven't to say no? They don't want to do this?
Yeah.
No?
never
Okay,
say
so
no to
then-
money.
Yeah, well, it's not a lot of money though, and we could be risking our lives for nothing.
Yeah, well, that's why I want to find out more first, or if we find them and there's more than just a cave in or a work accident. If there's monsters, then we come back and get more payment.
If he's willing to do it,
Or we can walk away.
that's true. Is it righteous enough? Is it righteous enough?
I'm not a paladin. I don't have any righteous thing here. It's money, money, money. Or magic, magic, magic.
I don't know, Zedkill. What do you think? Is it worthy of our attention?
Well, I will still be bound to the nature of my faith. I don't see any harm in it
If we
as of yet.
if we check it out and find nothing, then we report nothing, and we still get paid, right?
I'm probably not the one to ask that question.
Oh, I'm putting that out. I'm putting that out to the group, so we can clarify that with Mr. Nice Store.
Yeah.
If we go there and we find his reporter, he disappeared, then
Yeah, maybe
perhaps.
maybe the guy's on a bender. Who knows?
Could be.
I think it would be good to be sure that we are being paid up front to look for this, but yeah.
All right, so I don't know how we're gonna get in, but we're gonna have to really think about that. I don't think going up to the front door and going in is the great the right idea.
We could discuss a strategy for this, once we have taken the job. I have
Right.
a couple of ideas.
All right, so let's call Neister back in and tell him we'll take the job.
This is very good. This is so good. I am so happy. As he drops a bag of gold on the table. Here, as a show of good faith, here is 50%. And you bring me the answers that I am looking for, and you will get the other half, regardless of what that may be. If it is true that my suspicions are correct, you will be paid. If it comes to be false, that my suspicions are unfounded, you shall be paid. Preferably, if I were to have a choice of what I am seeking, that Quan comes back alive. Quan is a dear friend.
If we can't find him alive, do you want us to bring back proof of his death?
Yes.
All right.
We have an accord then, yes?
Yes, we do.
Great.
Uh,
Let us drink on it. As he claps his hands and the manservant comes in bearing quaffs of wine as well as some glasses, as he offers each of you a drink in turn, along with some kind of a pastry that has dates and nuts sort of mixed in with it, offering you guys food, and afterwards, you guys, you want to just depart, or are you going to go right to the mines, or what do we want to do?
I think we should go someplace and discuss what we've learned so far and try to identify the best route.
Okay. So
can we get a map
Why
of
don't-
the
he
mines?
gives you. He doesn't have a map of the inside of the mines. He just has the outside that he gives you, sort of the little area map that I showed you. So you have a copy of this that you guys can work off of, as far as where the quarry is, where the guardhouse is, etc., etc.
So
I'll ask
his
I'll ask him.
foreman might have a map that he knows.
His what?
His foreman.
Yeah, they may have a map or something of the mines themselves and what they look like inside.
Can you write up some sort of official documentation that shows that we are allowed to be there in the event there is confusion?
So The problem that I would have with giving a paper would mean that I would be linking myself to you, and
He wants
if
this on the down low.
yes.
All right.
So, however, I will have no problem with giving you a paper saying so, but should you be caught with that paper that ties you to me, this could be bad for everybody if my suspicions are correct. But I
understand.
have no problem with writing a contract for you. But,
If you would,
It couldn't hurt, and then have it put in a safe place that we could always refer to, and then, if we get
yes, if there is perhaps a place where I can, a bank perhaps that it could be stored. So if we are, say, arrested for trespassing or something like that, no, we had permission to be there. That sort of thing.
It's a security audit.
there
and
is not a bank per se, but there is a money changer who has sort of a safe deposit box type of operation
Yeah,
that
exactly.
he tells you about.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, if we can just if he can write us up that, we'll put it there so that it's a neutral third party that we can
Yep.
we have documentation. It's in this place. We can prove it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. So down by the water docks is where the money changer is, because that's where most of the commerce goes through anyway.
Mhm.
now
But
the water docks, is that where is that?
that's where you got. It's not on the map. It's back at the village of Dark Shelf.
Oh, okay, all the way down.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. So the village itself is not shown on this map. It just shows the road to town.
Right.
So
It's on Anna's interactive map.
what's that, sir?
Dark Shelf is on her interactive
yeah.
map.
Yeah.
It's not detailed,
Right.
like there's no map city or map of the city, but there is
Right.
a location there.
Right.
Mm.
Exactly.
Right.
So as you guys depart his house, you guys head back into town. Again, you never really left town. You just more on the upper echelon edges of town, right? So, but still, for this community, it's not that big. Maybe 800 to 1,000 people tops, right? But they're all crammed into this small mining town. As you guys make your way back to the docks, you find the moneylender, no problem. It's off to one side, right near where the harbor master is. There's this large stone block building. Has an awning outside that has three ball shapes on it, but as you look at them, you realize that they're coins, indicating the moneylender. Stepping through, there's a little ting, 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 and the bell going off as you step in. Toward the back of the room, you see a gnome climb down off of his little ladder, stool, whatever he was on, writing as he walks up. Welcome to the Crinklefoot Moneylender. What can I do for you today?
I need a minute. You guys do this.
Go for it.
Yes,
Yes, sir. I would like to see if we could possibly rent a secure locker or.
Oh, of course. This is the place that you ought to be. Figgly Crinklefoot at your service.
As he sort of bows down. And is it just one box for all of you, or is it for one box for each of you?
Just one box.
Okay, so that would be for the length of time to be one day. Is this just like an overnighter, or is this something you on a continual basis, say for the next year? Because I give slightly discounted rates for the extended time periods, just so you are aware. You could save up to 15%.
If we switch to Geico.
No, if you switch to Crinklefoot operations.
How much would it be for, say, a week?
That would be 1 silver coin for every week. If you go all 52 weeks, I will shave off 2 gold. It'll only be 50 gold for the year.
50 gold or 50 silver? I thought we were talking silver.
No. Oh, I apologize. 50 silver, correct.
we won't need that much. I don't think. 1 to 2 weeks probably. Let's just do 2 weeks just to be on the safe side.
That
It'll
would
be
be-
fun.
How about this? How about we leave a month's worth of silver, and if we do not use it all, we come back, we just get the extra silver. How about that?
Okay. I don't really like to do that because that means somebody's taking money out of my pocket. I would much rather it be in my pocket and just stay in my pocket. But
Well, I will put the silver in your pocket. You can invest it, do whatever you want with it. It is yours. And then when we come back, if we have only been gone for a week,
okay,
that
that
then
is
you,
fine. So this will be 4 silver pieces then for the month.
sure then, and I'll pay the silver.
Okay. Zaya, is there anything else I could do for you? Is there any, like, you need me to change your coin into local currency? Is there anything that I could do for you otherwise? Because if not, I'm going to have to get back to what I was doing, and I thank you very much.
I think that was all we needed. Yeah.
I think that was primarily what we needed.
Good.
yes.
And he leads you to a series of lock boxes, and these lock boxes are behind this walled gate that, like, it's almost like a portcullis that slams down. And he walks over, and you see him push levers and do these things, whatever. All of a sudden, it ticks open, and then he sort of pops another looks like a metal thing that kind of covers the front of them and slides it to the side, and you can see there's actually individual boxes. What you thought was a box is actually a metal plate that locks in front of about 8 other boxes, 2 rows of 4, and he sort of pulls it out and he slides the box out. And you go, and it's probably about, I don't know, 18 inches by 6 inches, 7 inches, 8 inches, somewhere in there wide, right? A few inches deep. Pops the lid open and says, you can put whatever you need to be in there, and then you push it back in and we lock it. I give you that key, and then we put the portcullis down, and then I give you a copy of that key that unlocks the portcullis for this. So that way everybody has a copy. Well, I don't have a copy of your box key, but I have a copy of the key that opens the gate, but I can't get into your box without your key. Okay?
All right.
As he hands you
Okay.
this little key, probably, I don't know, that big. It's got a little markings on it, and it's got the little shape of a coin at one end of it and a little sawtooth at the other end. As it pops into the lock, he locks it, hands it to you, pulls the levers and pushes the buttons. The portcullis comes down, and he pops another small key and hands you the second small key, very similar to the first one, but it's just a different coin. And as you sort of match them up, you can see that the teeth are exactly matched. So this will open the portcullis here, and this one opens up your actual box.
All right. Well, thank you for putting this all together for us.
Thank you for your silver. I hope to see you in a month and not a day before.
Okay, Crinklefoot.
Now that we're on first name basis, you can call me Figley.
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 All right,
Figley. Figley.
And I can't wait to tell him in the Friday game that he owes me money.
Yep, you have until January 7th.
Ah.
Figley Crinklefoot is the gnome in our 5e
Yeah,
game.
I recognized it.
Yeah, so you guys depart having your paperwork contract safely tucked away in Figley Crinklefoot's post office boxes or
Strong
strong box.
Strong
Yes.
boss, yeah.
Yep. And you guys find yourself back outside, headed back to the Griffin by Night, the small inn where you guys have procured your stay for the evening. As the sun itself, it's beginning to get later in the day. It's late afternoon, perhaps 4 o'clock. The docks are still busy as can be, as it seems like their operation continues nonstop. As one ship is unloaded and reloaded, another one's moving into its place as that one sails off into the sunset.
there's almost a constant going and coming of various ships flying various flags, whether it's from Nyrond or Friandi or the free city of Greyhawk domain itself. You guys see ships with sails of all different colors and symbols and whatnot. Um, but you finally, like I said, manage to make your way back to the Griffin by Night and grab a table just as the evening crowd begins to traipse in. Primarily dock workers and miners, either coming or going off of their evening shifts. The bards step in, begin to play their tunes, and you guys settle in to discuss exactly what it is you have learned and what is our next or first step in the investigation into what is going on in the village of Darkshelf. And that is where we are going to end tonight's game, with you guys partying it up with the dwarves once again.
Yes.
I want to thank everybody that managed to hang with us this entire time. I really appreciate it. As another apology again for the opening of the show, where it was rather slow as we sort of learned how to work our way through, at least a little bit, through how the new VTT works. For those that didn't see or don't know, we switched over to Foundry VTT. I'm kind of liking it more. So the players are going to have to take a little bit of getting used to. There is no first edition module that you can use under Foundry VTT. The closest is, they call it Old School Essentials, which is more like a basic / expert edition. I'm hoping that I'll learn how to develop this stuff, because this is what I do. I develop software, and I worked with Node, JavaScript. Looks like their stuff, front end stuff, a lot is React, which is a programming language on the front end, and it looks basically like React. So I think I can sort of work my way and muddle my way through it to try to create some sort of an offshoot of OSE where it's more first edition aligned. I'm going to probably keep it as OSRIC. We don't want to call it AD&D because we don't want WotC to get all up in arms and get their panties in a wad and come crashing down on us. So I'm going to do an OSRIC sort of version, which is going to be just fine for our needs. But I don't know how long that's going to take me. So if there are those out there in the stream that want to help, let me know. We can set up a Git repo and put the base code up there and just start tweaking stuff and playing with it. Varus, I really appreciate you pointing us in the direction of DM Tools to see how they do their software development and any pointers that they may have, because the hardest thing for me is how to test it, right? So I have a copy of Foundry, so I imagine I can build my own and test it locally. If that's how it works, awesome. But unfortunately, that means that anybody else that wants to test would have to have their own license as well, so that they can test theirs locally, right? So I'm hoping maybe we can get a group together and start doing some OSRIC development just to kind of see, because I haven't seen anything in the message boards. But that being said, first of all, let me stop the tune so that we don't have that going on in the background. As always, I really appreciate everybody. We got a lot of love tonight, guys. I know there wasn't a whole bunch toward the end, but at the opening of the stream, man, we were getting bombarded with like people cheering and people giving out subscriptions or whatnot. We got ourselves to a level 3 hype train, whatever that means. That's got to be awesome because it's level 3. I wish we could get to level 5 so we could cast Fireball, but unfortunately we didn't get that far. But man, I appreciate every little bit of love and support that you guys are out there showing us, man. It was amazing tonight. Like I kept saying, man, my ADD just kind of set in, because it's like all this stuff's going off and I'm like, stop it, because it's going off in my ears, and then I'm watching it blow up my screen. So that was really awesome to see tonight. I appreciate that. So Zadkiel, appreciate your time as always, man. Hopefully you'll be back next time. Arthur, Ivor, Deglin. Well, I hope Ivor will be with us next time. And of course, Varus, hopefully you'll be with us. What is next Monday is the 26th. We're not going to be, or the 27th. So We are not going to game until the 3rd, gentlemen.
Okay.
Next week
Alright.
we are down because I am out of town, so I won't be able to stream
No.
next Monday.
No problem.
So we'll be streaming next on January 3rd, if you can make it. And then for those 5e aficionados, we come back on the 7th for our 5e game. Because like I said, I'm gone next week, and therefore, plus this Friday we're not going to stream on Christmas Eve. My wife's like, you can stream on Christmas Eve if you want. I said, nah, none of my players are going to be there. So, and I already told them we're not going to stream. So, unfortunately, no stream this Friday. And then the following Friday is our off week. So, we're just going to just wait till the 7th. So, just go through the holidays, let everybody get fat, dumb, and happy and party themselves out until the 7th. And that's when we're coming back. Yeah, man. So,
Well,
as always,
happy holidays.
yes, sir. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Kwanzaa, Hanukkah, whatever you happen to believe in. Hopefully, your Christmas time comes true. What I am going to do is I'm going to move us over to the after party. For those that are new to this, we shift over to the after party. Just like any other game, at a face-to-face game, I like to stay around and hang out with the players and kind of shoot the breeze about the game and about just general things that are going on. So we'll hang out there for a little while, and then at the end of that, if there's anybody on that I still follow, we'll try to raid into somebody at the end. So if you want to hang with us, we're heading to the after party. The second part of that is if you want to join the after party, you are more than welcome to join, because once we go to the after party, we actually shift over to the open chat on our Discord. So if you're on our Discord, you hit our open chat, you're more than welcome to join us and hang out with us and shoot the breeze with us. If not, you can just listen to us talk some more. Only this time without the well, actually, I will be on camera. I was going to say this time without me on camera, but unfortunately, I'm going to be on that one too. So first of all, I am going to shift over to the after party, and here we go. Shift over to the after party, and there we are. Look at there. Everybody's smiling and happy. I'm going to shut down. I'm going to get rid of my shut down the browser, so I'm not on Foundry anymore. And let's close this down, and let's close this down. And I am going to shift over my Discord into the open channel. I will see you guys over there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes,
Here
and he
we
said
are.
that too.
Well, have a good night. I'm heading off. I need to sleep.
All right, dude. Appreciate
Alright,
you
have a
gaming
good
with
night.
us, Adam. See you next time,
Yep.
man. All
Good night,
right.
guys.
All right, see you.
Night.
All right, we are here and we are hanging out. So, not a bad game tonight. Started a little slow. I appreciate you guys hanging with me as long as you did.
Have to play around with Foundry some more and
Yeah,
figure
and
out.
yeah, exactly. I leave. That's one reason that I actually went ahead and went with the cloud route, because if I went with the normal route where my computer becomes a server, I'm sure my computer can handle it, but once I shut it down, you guys can't get to it. So I went the cloud route, which, as I have said before, every dime that we make on the stream goes back into the stream. So that's going to help pay for our monthly subscription to Foundry. And if I get a decent enough payout from Twitch this time, I'm just going to buy the whole year subscription, so I don't have to worry about it for a year. So you can do it, I think, a year at a time. But yeah, man, it was a blast tonight, man. It's like all of a sudden everything started lighting up. I was like, did somebody like start throwing out like candy? I was like, holy cow, how many people are gifting those things? So I'm gonna have to look. So it looks like Monkey gave 5. Obsidian gave 1. Oh, Doc did. So Doc gave 5, Monkey gave 5, and Obsidian did 1. That was crazy. You guys rock it, man. And of course, Agamren, you're out there throwing coins away in cheers, man. Dude, you're an animal. You rock it. You really do. I appreciate it. Oh, did you? You resub too? Yeah, so the ones that I'm seeing are just the gifts. So, dude, man, I was just like, wow. Everybody up there just having themselves a good old time. But I really appreciate it. I'm serious, man. Merry Christmas to us. I I don't understand what you guys see in our stream, but it is what it is. Yeah, definitely a little Christmas cheer for Rizzle. For real. I'm kind of disappointed. I'm looking at the game chat and it's just like everything is so far behind. When I look at the after party chat, it's the stuff that I did, you know, boom, there we go. And it's like slowly winding through. And I've got what we got? Monkey here. We got Agamarin, but I'm looking up and it was like something Agamarin did like 10 or 15 minutes ago. It's like, nah, it's all good. I'm like, dude, that was like a 15-minute ago. Where I posted Bazzelli's name in the chat. I'm like, that was like, why is my stream not keeping up on here? I gotta go. I'm gonna have to play with that just to kind of see. But again, it's all good. It's all good. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. So anyway, you guys can talk too. You don't have to leave it to me. I know Monkey's not going to talk. Monkey's just going to be on here, and then he's over there on his stream. I should actually see who is
hosting you.
What's that? Oh, you're hosting me? Nice. I have to look and see. So it looks like we've got Fable 42, Greg Hansen. I've done him a few times. Oh, Jazz is on. So Jazz Star, JASSTARR, Jazz Star. She's actually a coworker of mine. Uh-oh. Nobody go anywhere. Nobody say anything. Ugh. DM's got to get under the desk.
Yeah, everybody fell asleep here at the house, so I'm just kind of like, shh.
Okay, DM's back. I had to crawl under my desk. I stepped on my mic cord and I unplugged it from my computer.
Oh.
So I'm not my mic, but my headphones. So I couldn't hear nothing. I'm like, uh-oh. So anyway, I was saying, Jazz Star. She doesn't do D&D really. She does more game streaming. But she's pretty badass. So anyway, she's a coworker of mine, and she's a front end developer. I was going to ask her to be one of the ones because she's like a React fanatic, so she knows really a lot. So I should tell her, hey, I can pay you if you help me do this. But excuse me, yeah, that's the one thing that that kind of blows is I've a lot of people on the Foundry Discord have been asking, hey, what's up with AD&D, first edition, second edition, whatever. And it kind of sucks because there's a fourth edition out there. Obviously, there's a 3.5 edition, but apparently AD&D, Wizards of the Coast, just freaks out about somebody trying to do that. No. AD&D put the kibosh on it. So I'm like, that kind of blows. So anyway, I'm going to do. You heard?
I was gonna say I heard TSR is actually suing Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, they're doing something. I know they're trying to like get some of the naming rights and stuff like that because that's all Ernie and them. I think the Gary's kids or whatever. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay. Banhammer. Oof, gone.
That was so quick. He was on for like what, less than 10 seconds?
Not even. Banhammer. As soon as I seen it up, that's it. The Gomerin got the hammer out there. That's it, man. I'm gonna have to make a Gomerin a moderator, man. So that way I don't have to worry about it. He's always in our chat, so we'll have him out there kind of banhammering people. I appreciate the resub too, dude. Really. Can't thank you guys enough, man. That's awesome. So that means we got like 10 subs tonight, 10 or 11. It's pretty awesome. But I'll take the cheers. The cheers are just as much in it for me. I actually kind of I hope I didn't miss anybody because I almost missed. Yeah, Cardman was the only one. So I thought I almost missed the, what was I going to say? Oh, the Nat 20. And we're going to let them carry over to the next game, by the way, Monk. We'll let those carry over.
Oh, yeah.
Because you guys never got a chance to use them at all tonight. So we'll go ahead and carry those over the one I gave you and the one I gave Declan. So we'll go ahead.
Yeah, we've
Cool,
lost
thanks.
a lot of them actually.
Well, last game I just they went away, but
Yeah.
whatever, because I'm not going to. I don't want to carry them over forever and ever and ever because it's just like all of a sudden you guys got 500 nat 20s and it's just it. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. So
Yeah, that's cool.
yep. So yeah, man. Tonight's game wasn't too bad. Like I said, a little slow to start. So, but that was fine. But hopefully you guys will get into this adventure because this is a fun one. This is a fun one. We'll have to see where it leads because you guys are now near the Wild Coast. You're near Niron. Well, you're in Niron, so we can go down a little farther south and go to the vast swamp. Go check out the Tomb of Horrors.
No.
We could go north into the desert to go check out Rary's stuff.
Ah,
So I actually got a few good adventures that go up the coast if you guys go up the coast from here. Because like there's Ghost Tower of Inverness. We could talk to Arthur, say, yeah, we're gonna go up the coast toward Greyhawk and we're gonna stop at a little house on a hill and watch him freak out.
I thought you were gonna have us when we go to the tower. You were gonna say we showed up with the crew, and you find that someone has dug up everything,
That'd be funny.
and you see a bedspread hung on a pole.
No, the in my face-to-face game that Arthur played in, we talk about this all the time, and I know we've talked about it on this stream and our 5e stream. They were coming down the coast from Greyhawk toward Hardby, because what they did is they took an old gypsy cart and they made it into a food truck, and so they bought a bunch of supplies and they stored it in the gypsy cart, and as they were passing merchant wagon trains on the road, travelers on the road, they would open up the food cart and they would like literally have a food truck, and they had tacos and they had all these other foods, and they were trying to make money as they were working their way down the coast. So
great idea.
I thought it was a cute idea. I thought it was fun. They were doing it, but then they saw, as they were traveling, they would see these houses on hills every so often, as mansions on a hill, if you will. And so one night, Arthur decided, Arthur, that wasn't his character. His character's name was Dwayam. Dwayam decided that he wanted to go check out the house on the hill, and everybody's like, no, 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 bad idea, bad idea. He's like, nah, the heck with it, man. We want to sell our goods. Let's see if we could sell it to this mansion on a hill. And so he went up there, and everybody followed him, and they ended up getting sucked into X2, the Castle Amber adventure, for those that have ever played that. And so that was, and then so now it's been a running joke in my campaigns everywhere is that, anytime Adam's character passes by a house on a hill, everybody's like, don't you even think about it. He's like, what? It's not my fault. And it's like, yes, it was. Well, you didn't have to follow me. So yeah, it was fun, man. So anyway, so what I am going to do is I am going to put together. We've got how many people? We got like 10 people sitting here. So before it drops off too much, I'm going to go ahead and raid into. Who do we want to raid into? Let's go. Who's running the lowest? Greg's running not quite the lowest. He's almost as low. But let's. I'm gonna raid into Greg. Everybody else has got 30 plus viewers, so let's go ahead and raid into Greg. For those of you that have hung out with us all this time, again, man, I really appreciate it. I'm not lying when I say that I don't do it because you guys show up to drop money on us, although it's always appreciated. I do it because I have a great time with the players. I have a good time with the folks out in chat. I just hope you guys keep coming back. But like I said, what we're going to do is I am going to set up a raid, and we're going to go raid Greg Hansen. Hopefully he can use a few extra bodies. If you haven't followed him, please do when you get in there. But let's see if we can get this set up.
Not to be confused from the Hanson brothers from Slapshot.
Exactly. All right, looks like we got seven people ready to go. So once again, folks, in a world that you can be anything that you want, well, let's do this first. We're going to go to stream ending. In a world that you can be anything, all we ask is that you be kind. Hopefully you'll catch us Monday the 3rd. We're not here next week. But when we get back, hopefully you guys will be there with us. So until then, get ready to raid. Here we go.
Welcome, welcome. You guys just missed the epic fight with a Vasuki. We AI manipulated the crap out of him. It was great. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay.
The Empyrean, otherwise known as the Throne
How was your
of
stream,
God,
Parentland?
rests
Good?
at the peak of 3
What did you
pillars.
stream? I'm always interested. I want to know what people are streaming when they like jump in my chat. Hey, boogers! Thanks for the follow, man. I hope you enjoy your stay. It was really good. Nice,
These
good to
pillars
hear.
are known as austerity, benevolence.
Is she
and
saying the
harmony.
same thing she said on the last one?
You have
She is,
obtained
isn't
the
she?
key to one such pillar. While it is true that a new
Oh, no,
ruler
she's gonna
must
tell
be
us about
willing to hear
austerity,
the
okay.
voices of his people, he must also discipline himself for that purpose. Show no leniency, and expect none in turn.
A good ruler must show
Authority
no
must be
mercy.
upheld.
All right, good. This is more my style. I can be this kind of ruler. Hell yeah.